story begins with the resurrection of Smiert Spionum. Yes, Smiert Spionum, the old Smersh prime directive of Death to Spies. Soon after, Bond is tasked with providing overwatch for the defection of the high-level Russian General Koskov. But it turns out that this was all a ruse to plant false information inside British intelligence. In truth, Koskov manipulates the Brits into thinking Smiert Spionum is real so that they will take out General Pushkin, aka Gimli motherfuckers, LOTR in the house, again! Yes! So really all this smoke and mirrors was to trick Bond into killing Pushkin because Koskov wants to buy guns for some reason. And then as usual, Bond gets laid.
Is that what happened in this movie?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. We have an Octopussy situation on our hands once again. But at least this time we have a new Bond that certainly makes the movie more interesting than if we just had Roger Moore doing another Octopussy thing where everybody's confused, or they're at least doing this and doing this to, kind of justify liking it. Anyway, like and subscribe if you'd like to keep following along with our list, which by the end of this episode will be 15. And as usual, McCurdy has some history.
All right, so The Living Daylights. The time had finally come for a new Bond, James Bond. Many actors had been approached for the role. This included actor Sam Neill, you may know best from Jurassic Park, as well as British actor Timothy Dalton, who had actually been approached for the role way back in 1968 for On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and he was 20, he was 20-something years old at the time.
They should have just put him in just put him in old man makeup. That would have been awesome.
But he at the time felt he was too young for the role. So now you may be thinking, well, that's who they obviously went with. Of course, I don't see what the point is, but that wasn't the case at the moment. An Irish actor we had mentioned during our For Your Eyes Only episode had caught the eyes of producers Albert Broccoli and now producer Michael G. Wilson. You may know him as Pierce Brosnan. At the time, Brosnan's show Remington Steele had been canceled, and Brosnan was free to play Bond in The Living Daylights. However, at the 11th hour, and in one interview, Brosnan says they were going to introduce him at some press conference, and then he gets a phone call and they were literally like, hey, we're not canceling the show, you're gonna have to come back. And he was pretty upset by that. So Brosnan could not play James Bond, which they ended up only doing 5 more episodes. So it really was kind of it was this whole thing where they were like, oh, well, he's gonna play Bond now, so maybe we should redo the show. But in doing so, he wasn't Bond. So the interest didn't really gain any interest. So therefore, they obviously went with their next choice, being Timothy Dalton, who wanted to bring the character back to its roots of him being more serious and human. This Bond was intended to be the prequel originally, but Broccoli wanted to go ahead and just keep making these movies, keep pushing forward. So they decided this story would basically be based off of the short story, The Living Daylights. This film marks the last time a Bond film is titled off an existing Fleming story, but that obviously we know that's not until Casino Royale, many, many years later. So, rounding out the cast, we have a bunch of people's names I'm going to mispronounce. Miriam D'Abo. Abodo!
God, I wish I had a rubber snake.
She had gotten the role after doing multiple screen tests with potential future Bonds that included Pierce Brosnan. And then we have Yanan Krabe. He plays Georgi Kosovo. Is that how he says his name? Was he Georgi?
Koskov.
It's Georgi. Was it Georgi?
It's like Georgi, but don't even try. Just don't even try.
Georgi. I'm not drunk enough for this. So he was in The Fugitive. Nekros, who was the assassin, the milk assassin. Andres Wizzy. I'm going to screw that name up.
Wisniewski?
Nekros. They literally named a bad guy Death. It's what's his name again? General Skull and Bones. General in Star Wars.
General Grievous?
Grievous, yeah. Grievous, Nekros. It's...
Anyway. Andres Wisniewski You might recognize him from Die Hard. He played the ho ho ho, I have a machine gun guy who gets killed in the very beginning of the film.
Never would have recognized him. They put like glasses on him,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
They gave him the Superman approach.
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Yeah.
Cool. We've got Joe Don Baker, who plays Brad Whitaker, who you will most likely recognize him from something, but I won't say what you might recognize him from. Don't
tease me with that.
And then you may also have spied some of the new and old faces in Universal Exports, aka MI6. We have our new Miss Moneypenny, played by Carolyn Bliss, who is like 25, so obviously there's a huge age change there. And finally, as Charlie already had pointed out, the only reason Charlie loves this movie and wants to put it above Goldfinger, John Rhys-Davies, or John Rhys-Davies, depending on who you ask. Someone will tell me it's either this or that.
General Gimli
plays General Pushkin. But what's interesting is the character General Pushkin was originally intended to be General Gogol, who's played by Walter Gotell.
Wait, he was just going to replace Gogol outright?
No, so they were, the original, in the script, it was going to be General Gogol. Like, this was going to be General Gogol was going to be that character of Pushkin instead.
Which would have made a lot of sense.
Yeah. So
Because he's like a good guy, right?
Yeah. So the actor, Walter Gotell, was like, I'm too old. Like, he wasn't feeling good. He was sick. And so they put his part into more of a cameo at the very end of the film. And then they created this Pushkin character instead.
Dude, it would have been interesting because we have seen nothing but Gogol just banging random, like he's always banging his secretary, right? He's like, because we always say he's like M, right? We say he's M, but M would never bang Moneypenny. Like M's too much of a pro, but the Russian M is just constantly banging the help, you know? And then here it would be, Gogol finally got married and he's with his wife. And then that's when Bond comes in, right? And how interesting would that have been to, because all that you're saying makes sense. Like, there's that scene where he's like, "Sir, this is Gogol we're talking about. He's not a psychotic."
I know General Pushkin.
Do you think I don't? I've dealt with him on several occasions.
And M's like, "Don't you think I know that? Don't you think I've been in 7 movies with him?"
Yeah, but it's not him, so they had to create this new character. And then the final piece of trivia is not really that interesting, honestly, but if you've ever seen the movie The Third Man, the Ferris wheel that Bond and Kara get on in Vienna is the same one that's in the film The Third Man, which some cinephiles will be like, "Oh, that's pretty cool."
Film snob.
Get fucked.
Did you know the Eiffel Tower and A View to a Kill is the same?
Oh my God.
It's in France, and they shot this other movie in France.
Paris.
Apparently. Paris, France. Oh,
yeah. An American in Paris. They shot that in Paris.
Okay, Nance, what did you think of this movie? This is the first time
This is
for
a big
you.
one.
This is a big one.
I really want to know what you think about this one.
Well, are you guys on opposite ends, or are you guys?
I don't
like,
care. I want to know what
You'll find out.
You'll find out.
Oh, all right. I thought it was all right.
Okay. I need to make a Nan scale that's like meh down here, and then okay, and then all right, and then it was pretty good.
No, that's the general dance. It's like,
not
pretty good. We should just have you say that every single time and just say, yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah. And it's only ever it's never, so far we don't have it fucking sucked. And I'm over this.
Yeah.
You know, stop making me do this.
Yeah.
But I will say that again, I'm going through the books, but I haven't made it to the short story, The Living Daylights. But it generally doesn't matter at this point because they're just stealing titles, right? And they're generally not using the text. But from what I understand, the defection at the opening is part of the short story. And then I assume that everything after that is original to this film.
Whoever she was must have scared the living daylights out of her.
When Bond says the line, you know, he scared the living daylights out of her. Is that out of the book? Or because my whole thought is this. It's like this movie, like Dalton shines. To get right to it, I really wish they would have given him a better starter script in the same way that they gave Lazenby a really good starter movie. Like they even gave him this fantastic introduction and all that. The introduction in this. No, I didn't shit on that. I shit on the prologue itself.
But on the prologue, but that's
his
what
introduction.
I
think is perfect. I think Lazenby's introduction is fantastic, and I kind of wish they would. That style would not have fit Dalton, but I think his opening shot is fine. But what I'm getting at is that overall, I think the movie lacks luster, and even down to the title. Like the title doesn't mean anything. I mean, think of every movie we've watched up until now. They mean something. Maybe not like Live and Let Die, but every title fits that movie. Whereas The Living Daylights, you could name any movie The Living Daylights and just give it some kind of broad, confusing plot.
The movie doesn't really hone in on the title. Like The Living Daylights is usually a phrase you would use, like, it scared the living daylights out of me.
Yeah.
But that title doesn't, there's nothing in this movie, like I agree, there's nothing
it doesn't
in this
reflect
movie that
anything.
really reflects the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say the title lacks luster, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it's indicative of the whole problem with the movie at large, which is that Dalton shines, but they didn't give him a GoldenEye level script to really break out as like, I'm the new fucking Bond, bitch. It's almost like he's still just stuck in the John Glenn. I mean, they carry John Glenn over from the last three Roger Moore movies.
Everybody carries over pretty much. John Glenn does all these movies.
Some of what Charlie's saying is what I picked up too is, but you're saying like the whole movie as a whole didn't shine, and I felt like Dalton didn't shine for me. I thought he was fine. I didn't like that smirky, smug smile.
Smirsh spionum, smirky, smug smile, smirsh.
I thought it was weird how when he lands on the boat in the pre-title sequence and takes the phone from that lady, he like lounges down.
And then he lays down. Yeah, I know, that bugs me too. It's
Like,
weird.
what is that?
It definitely, like, there's a huge contrast. And I know, like, some people might say, well, you can't compare all these movies for Connery. But I disagree in saying that Connery kind of sets the character up as to what we want to expect from a Bond film. Yeah. And like the one thing that's such a contrast to this movie is that particular scene where Connery has these moments, and they do it in this movie. It's not like they don't do it. It's just, I don't buy it in this movie where like Connery comes in and he's got a thing he's got to go do. But then there's this pretty hot chick that's right there, and she's like eyeing Bond. Oh, you are an attractive man. I totally want to have sex with you, but I've got something else to do. I've got to go save the world. But you know what? One more hour or whatever, right?
When did you say you had to leave?
Immediately. Almost immediately.
And then this movie, it's like, okay, we get the scene. It's the same kind of thing where, you know, he sits down and then he's like, okay, I'll meet you in an hour. And he looks over at the lady, he's like, okay, make that 2 hours. But like, that's the only little moment we get of like classic Bond. And I still don't quite buy it. Like, there's something about it I still don't quite buy.
It's like they're doing that for the fans. And then the rest of the movie, Bond's now a one-woman man. And maybe they're compensating for like the bang fest that Roger Moore had on his way out, you know, where it's like 4 chicks or whatever. But which again, people had a problem with. And I'm like, why do you have a problem with that?
AIDS.
It was the 80s. Yeah.
I do think like that's the one thing that, you know, like it's going to be a common criticism in the future of all these movies is Bond's misogyny. But like, I think we had talked about this maybe in the first or second episode about how Fleming wrote this character in the sense that he's a man living on the edge all the time. Like he's consistently thinking tomorrow might be my last day on this earth.
So I'm going to eat this ice cream and I'm going to get drunk as hell and I'm going to go down on this chick.
Yeah. I'm going to do the most expensive, eat the most expensive stuff, drive the fastest cars, sleep with the most gorgeous women, do everything that you would do, you know, thinking that like I might die today, so might as well do everything.
This Bond's a little different too, though, right? Because he is a Bond where he's like, well, I'll just quit then.
Go ahead, tell him what you want. If he fires me, I'll thank him for it.
Like he's getting a little tired of the
there's that little moment where he's like, if he fired me, I'd thank him for it or whatever. Like, I don't know. That doesn't really have any bearing on the rest of the movie at all. I mean, because it's strange. There is this weird tension between him and M.
I had to make a split-second decision. It was instinct.
I'll recall 008 from Hong Kong. He can do it. He doesn't know Pushkin. He follows orders, not instincts.
Would he be saying that to Bond? I mean, this isn't a prequel. This is a continuation, and he has always trusted Bond. I go right to the Hugo Drax thing where M's like, what was that? And Bond's like, no, really, there was a lab in there. Look, I have this thing. And M is immediately on his side.
And the Minister of Defense is like, no, that's stupid. And
remember the bombs are in Nassau? Bond's like, I saw this guy and he was dead. And the guy's like, oh, that's kind of crazy. And M's like, hey, if Bond says it, it's true. And then in this, M is so willing to go along with this craziness, even though Bond's like, this is weird. Like, how are you not seeing through Koskov? How are you not seeing that this guy is just a bit of a nutter?
Yes, I've read Saunders' report. You jeopardized the entire mission to avoid shooting a beautiful girl.
And everything else. Like, why didn't you shoot Kara? And he's like, she clearly wasn't a sniper, and it just, it's odd. It's like this forced conflict between him and M is like a father figure to him. And suddenly M's like, I just need a soldier. It's kind of odd.
Can I go off of, I don't know where to begin because I have so many things going on in my head, but I want to go with, I want to start with this as just like a specific thing that I thought of like as I'm watching the movie. So every movie that we've gotten so far, Bond gets a sidekick of some sort, right? Like in a lot of these films, Bond gets a sidekick halfway through the movie that he either lives, he dies, whatever. In the last couple movies, we've gotten a sidekick character. Tittle and
Tibbet, yeah.
Tibbet and so Tittle, whatever. Right? So we get all these characters, and even though I kind of crapped on the last movie, the one thing is that Tibbet I liked. Yep. Like, you like Tibbet. You feel bad when Tibbet dies. He's like on Bond's side. He totally gels with Bond. Like, they may have slight disagreements, but like he helps Bond out, and you're like, you feel bad when he gets killed.
We hang with him for a bit. That's important.
We get to live with them for a little bit. This movie, Bond gets a guy who's like his contact in East Berlin or whatever.
Saunders.
And Saunders is a little prick.
What's your escape route?
Sorry, old man. Section 26, paragraph 5. That information is on a need-to-know basis only. I'm sure you understand.
From the get-go, I don't
Which
like
I like.
Saunders.
I like that it's different. I like that they switched it up.
But he gets like this prick douche dude who like he's questioning everything that Bond does.
You missed deliberately.
You were supposed to do that, and you let that person live, and now all this stuff is happening, and Bond's like, dude, she was not a KGB agent. Like, there's, like, I could tell she wasn't a KGB agent. Like, there was something off about this.
Girl didn't know one end of a rifle from the other.
And he's like, but you directly disobeyed orders. And he's like, I can't remember if he, like, goes behind his back and tells him, like, Bond didn't kill that girl.
He says he's going to. And then his grand plan, was to just put Koskov in the trunk.
Yeah. And Bond's like, don't.
That was never gonna.
Yeah. He's like, don't do that.
And he's telling Bond what to do, and that's his big plan. That was dumb.
But okay, so that all aside, that's not even what bothers me the most about this movie. It's not. This isn't the thing that like makes or break the movie for me. It's just one thing. We get to the halfway point in the movie, so we have to have some big emotional thing that happens to drive Bond to be like, I'm gonna get these bastards. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we get to that moment, and it's for some weird reason we're in Vienna, and there's this weird door, and for some reason the mechanism for the door is like hanging right outside the window of the building, which I thought was really strange.
So anybody can
tamper with it. And it was just literally like, oh, well, the production designer, hey, we should like visually show the mechanism that slams this door because, when you go through a grocery store, these doors are so powerful that, they're going to crush you or whatever.
I mean, but this door, though, has like a piston.
Yeah, it's got a piston and everything.
Piston,
and it's like, is that necessary?
You can believe that could kill somebody.
Is that piston necessary?
I mean, who knows what Necros did to it? But I mean, whatever.
But
like
the setup
that
for
doesn't.
It's a little like but that's not even it. That's not even it.
Yep.
What bothers me the most is the fact that like Bond gets this one little moment before him, and he's just like he's like, hey, I figured out that she had this cello, and it's a specific type of cello that has a name, and we can trace that. And so he traces that, and he gives him the information like he's supposed to because that's his job. And he's like, here's the passport that you guys can use to get to your next location and all this stuff. And he's just like this meaningful thank you, this means a lot. Kind of like that's literally what he's saying when he says that. He's like,
my brother,
instead of just saying thank you, it's like, this means a lot. You're a good person.
You've always been with me. You've been with me for 2 weeks, man.
And it's like he gets killed. And then like Bond is like livid. He's just like, oh my God, like this guy meant a lot to me. And this guy, like, I'm thinking like, Bond, this guy was a douche to you. Like, a couple scenes ago.
But it eventually he's just kind of like, yeah, Bond, you were right, and he's like, Saunders, you're not so bad. Like I get what you mean. It's not.
What I'm saying is
it's
that
not so drastic.
That all would have worked better if it was like you had someone like Tittle. I mean, like even like on Her Majesty's Secret Service, we get Tittle or whatever, Tibbet, right?
No, it's Tittle now.
Tittle. We're gonna call him Tittle. You get scenes like that, and then this guy dies, and I'm like, I don't care. And like that's the theme of this tonight for me is just like, I don't care. Like, give me a reason to give a shit, because this movie
it's a big problem
constantly
with
gives
this
me
movie.
more reasons to not care than to care. And like that's just like the tip of the iceberg for me, because like, yeah, I guess there's like this makeup scene and then they kill him, but it's so like last minute that I'm like, I don't care about this guy, and I don't know why Bond really cares about this guy. So why should I care about this guy?
The only thing is like, you know, he's a fellow MI6, but that's not enough necessarily. I mean, I completely read what you're saying, and even with the again, I will always, as much as I thought Luigi could have been turned up a bit, as I kept saying in For Your Eyes Only. You at least have the satisfaction of Bond throwing the dove into the car.
You left this with Ferrara, I believe.
Fantastic. I don't know why they couldn't have done something cool with this when he takes out Necros on the plane. He's cutting the boot, and I don't know why Necros could have grabbed anything other than the boot. But he's like, I do love, like, this movie has a lot of guys begging for their life. No! And I really appreciate that. Like, there's nothing better than a no, you know, but Bond's cutting the shoelaces. It comes down to him cutting the last little bit of lace. It's like, that's not how shoes work. But anyway, he's cutting it. And I mean, how nice would it have been to do a similar thing like For Your Eyes Only, where he's specifically avenging Saunders, and I mean, even if Bond still had that little mountaineering clip thing with Smear Spionum written on it.
Yeah, what was it, 002 or 004 gets killed, right? One of the
killed.
00s.
Yeah, and I know that it was a different assassin who Bond had already killed, but Necros was also doing the Smear Spionum thing. So,
or he could have said that. He could have been like, Smear Spionum, and then
that's what I'm getting at. He could have just been like, Smear Spionum, and then cut the boot, and he's like, no! You're like, why didn't they do that?
There's no like,
why?
Like,
why wouldn't you do that?
Like that? Yeah,
exactly. Instead, he just silently cuts it, and then I mean, you got to point out how hilarious it is that the guy's just stubbornly holding onto the boot all the way down. Case in point, it was such an obvious little, you know, let Bond do the satisfying revenge thing, and they didn't. And I don't get it. Again, either just saying Smear Spionum or using that clip thing. I mean, he's hanging off the back of a plane. A little clip he could have done something cool. I mean, they could have both been on that thing. They're both holding on to the ropes, and maybe there's some loose rope, and Bond clips into it with that, and then cuts the main bag thing, and then, you know, the guy sails off with it. Or even just leave the Smear Spionum paper on it and just clip it onto Necros as a final f*** you before he sends him to his death. Something. Just something. Yeah. But instead they just did nothing, where it's just another missed opportunity. And that's kind of what you're getting at. It's like, there are all these fantastic sequences that ultimately don't have any emotional punch to them, because they're I mean, even down to something like, you know, if the Russians get across this bridge, they're going to massacre the entire Mujahideen or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the case, but we don't know that.
Yeah.
So I love when Bond drops the bomb to help them out. And I mean, even that, like, even as far as like Bond-isms go, she's like, what are you going to do? And he's like, drop a bomb. It's like,
What are you going?
To defuse a bomb.
Where are you going?
Drop a bomb.
It wasn't very clever.
Here's her do a rewrite. It's like, let's just think of something a little bit clever, you know?
Yeah. I mean, he'd already said,
What happened?
He got the boot.
so maybe they were like, let's not have two jokes in one scene.
Yeah.
But even something like, I'm going to deliver a package. I mean, and maybe that's corny, but like, something other than like strictly literal, but
Give the Mujahideen some hopium.
Whatever.
Where are you going?
Give the Mujahideen some hopium.
If I had a general like disappointment besides just like not caring, it's a mix of what were the stakes in this movie and how complicated can we make this plot before I stop caring even more. And those are like the two kind of go-tos I go to, because like the stakes in the movie, I constantly are asking myself, like, so if they don't do this, what happens? If they don't complete this mission, what happens?
The arms dealer gets more money?
He gets more money. The closest we get is if, Whitaker and Kuskov get what they want, the Afghan army resistance is going to get murdered or whatever,
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. And I will also say, outside of the movie, this movie doesn't age well because of historical reasons.
Obviously, it's not in the movie, but history would say that we helped Bin Laden, and then it kind of came back.
Cameron Shaw was probably supposed to be Osama bin Laden.
Exactly, and that's what the weirdest part about this movie. Because if I'm not wrong, if I'm not mistaken, Osama bin Laden, like, he studied in like some either
West.
U.S. universities, like he
West,
actually, he went to the West and like studied in some pretty like prominent colleges.
Please forgive the theatricals. It's a hangover from my Oxford days.
And then came back, and obviously, everything happened as it did.
Yeah.
But like, that's
you mean at some point they had trouble at the airport?
I'm sorry we missed the concert. We had some trouble at the airport. Can't imagine why.
Yeah. The last movie, at least we had something very specific, right? Like, if they don't stop, oh my God, I forgot his name already. If they don't
Zoran.
stop, was it?
Max Zorin.
If they don't stop Zoran, Silicon Valley goes.
Millions of lives.
Millions of people. If the last movie before that, Octopussy,
a bomb's going to go off.
The bomb's going to go off.
Millions of people are going to die.
Happen. If the last movie before that, it's like For Your Eyes Only, it's like, if they get the ATAC, like that could ruin things for the Cold War, but
like
also
millions of people are potentially going to die.
But there's a personal stakes there that actually like makes sense, is that like she's not going to get the revenge on her father. And so you're like, okay, I'm like hooked on that. Even like the bigger ones like Goldfinger or, From Russia with Love, there's like a little bit either From Russia with Love, there's the personal stakes between their relationship, but then like in Goldfinger, it's like, oh, well, the gold's going to get, be destroyed and this will change the world economy. Like there's some big stakes in these movies. This one, I'm like, I'm grasping for straws here, guys. Like, what am I concerned about? Like, why should I care if Bond doesn't succeed other than either he's going to die or this relationship that he's kind of sprung up with this girl is going to go south. Like, there wasn't anything strong enough for me to be like, I really care about this movie. And then on top of that, like everything is overly, like, Charlie, you mapped it out, because I have no idea. I can't begin to like think of from diamonds to opium to weapons. Like it's just all the complicated stuff that is an Octopussy.
It's throwing so much stuff at you so that you just assume that it's really smart. And that you won't think too hard about it. Yeah. But even, like we said, even with Octopussy, when you scrutinize it, it doesn't make sense. But it doesn't matter really, because all you need to know is there's a bomb and Bond needs to go stop it. And if he doesn't stop it, Octopussy, Bond himself, everybody's going down. So it really works. Whereas with this, I will say a fun little twist on that, though, is that Bond creates his own ticking clock. Like he starts the bomb and then he deactivates it, and then, like I've been saying over the last couple of movies, it is nice to see the ticking clock actually do something. Like we do actually get to see the bomb explode. So, I do appreciate that. But what you're saying is this movie lacks any real, like at one point it's Bond and Kara I'll just say Kara. Bond and Kara just have to get away. And so it's like, okay, you don't want them to get caught. But the overall plot, in a way, it's even worse than Octopussy and For Your Eyes Only, because it has that pointless nature to it, and it doesn't have any kind of payoff.
Yeah, I like this stuff with Kara, but then the whole like grand scheme thing is like, what?
So Koskov, it all opens with him defecting so that he can plant this false information with the Brits.
General Leonid Pushkin is why I defect.
Defecting is difficult, and it could very well end your life. He risks his life in multiple ways.
How many times have you done this before?
You're the first.
And it's all a ruse to get Pushkin killed.
I have here secret directive from Pushkin, Smirt Spionam. God forbid this might lead to nuclear war. Unless Pushkin can be, how do you say, put away.
Which, at one point in the movie, they're even like, well, why don't we just have Necros go kill him?
But if Pushkin is still alive on the last day of the conference, kill him!
It's like the whole defection plot doesn't... It's just like Octopussy, where I was like, why do you need to do all this complicated jewelry stuff? Why don't you just smuggle a bomb into Berlin? Why don't you cut out this whole complicated mess? Why are you doing this defection thing? It doesn't make any sense. And that's like part one, right? We'll talk about diamonds and all that crap. Part one is just defection. And it's all to put a target on Pushkin. And even then, it's like, smear spionum, we need to kill different MI6 operatives to convince them that Pushkin really is crazy. It's like doing all this complicated stuff when really they just needed to send Necros to go shoot Pushkin in the face. It's too much. What I wish had been the case, for the sake of us caring, I wish the defection would have been real. I wish that Koskov would have just become the ally to Bond like Saunders was, right? It's like Koskov kind of becomes his ally who is helping him take down this dangerous General Pushkin, who has resurrected Smirt Spionum because he wants to fight with the West.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Right away, it's like, I care. Like, suddenly I'm like, Bond is going to war to take out this guy who wants to take out his guys, and did in the opening. Like, took out 004, kill Saunders at some point. On top of that, had the movie gone that route, I kind of wish they would have switched the actors for Koskov and Pushkin, right? So that we would have had our good old Gimli. Gimli would have played Koskov, who defects to the West and teams up with Bond to go take out Pushkin, who would be played by the guy who played Koskov, if you're following what I'm saying. Yeah. That would have been a cool movie. That would have been really interesting, because that would have been taking old material that we're familiar with, Smirt Spionum and Smersh, and applying that to the newest Bond movie with a new Bond himself, That's already a better plot than what we got, because, again, it's like, well, this is a spy movie, so we need to introduce certain elements of, like, backstabbing and twists and stuff. So the big twist is, Koskov was working with Necros the whole time, and it was a big ruse. But, again, just like Octopussy, or even with Free Your Eyes Only, the point of the ruse, it was like trying to do one little thing, and in order to accomplish the one little thing, killing Pushkin, in order to accomplish that, they do all this really hard stuff. They literally defect to the West, and they have agents get killed. They do all this stuff just to kill Pushkin. And they could have done that any old time, because now let's move into phase two, why they did all this stuff. And as you've been pointing out, McCurdy, it doesn't lend to anything we give a shit about. Pushkin goes to see Whitaker. Whitaker's like, hey, you're about to make this big buy, and look how cool I am. Look at all my stuff. Anyway, these are the weapons you're going to buy. And Pushkin's like, we've canceled that order.
The order is canceled. Huh?
And, he's all pissed off. Like, you can't cancel it. And then flash forward, he's talking with Koskov.
Pushkin wants the money back.
Don't worry. We've convinced the British that Pushkin is a danger. They will send their best man, James Bond, to eliminate him.
Well, I'm not convinced. Necros can do it.
We should just kill Pushkin, but the Brits are going to come kill him. But, we should just kill him ourselves. Like, again, canceling each other out and just, like, complicating things in a stupid way. Like, they should have just killed Pushkin from the start. But anyway, that was phase one. Phase two. There's a deposit of $50 million that Whitaker has in a Swiss bank account. And Pushkin, who... Again, for some reason, I mean, again, if you substitute in Gogol, maybe it makes sense. But like, and that certainly would have helped, right?
Because it's an established story that we have been following for all of the Moore films into this movie.
Again, we're missing something behind the scenes where we almost needed that scene from Octopussy where all the Russian generals are together, and Koskov's like, we need to buy American weapons, and the others are like, we need to focus on détente and peace, But because we don't have that, we just have this scene where Pushkin shows up and he cancels the order.
You'll return our deposit of $50 million within the next 48 hours.
He wants the $50 million back, right? The deposit of $50 million. So he's like, I need that back in 2 days. So what they do is they then try to kill Pushkin, which I don't know why, because does that mean they then get to keep the $50 million? Well, probably not. So they're simultaneously trying to kill him, and they think they succeed.
I didn't kill him. Bond did.
I told you the British believe me. I told you.
And then they're also trying to do this deal for the opium. So they're basically just trying to raise $500 million to then buy these weapons. Again, it's like throw as many ingredients at the audience and just hope that nobody asks questions. So $50 million in a Swiss bank account.
We know that you have had our money in your Swiss account.
Becomes diamonds from Amsterdam.
I'll signal Amsterdam to ship the diamonds.
Becomes opium from Afghanistan.
He arranged for the Russians to buy a large quantity of high-tech weapons. He's using the down payment to buy this opium instead.
Turns into weapons from America. So basically, because the order was canceled, they're going to turn 50 million into 500 million and then purchase the weapons. So why do they want these guns? Is it just for Afghanistan, for the war? Who cares? Why would Russia be against having better weapons? Why would they cancel this order? Why wouldn't they double the order? What's in it for Koskov? Why kill Pushkin? How was he standing in their way if they just used the $50 million down payment to buy the opium anyway?
I'm just going to sum that up in saying I don't care. I don't care.
It would have been much better if Whitaker had simply been both a war profiteer who wants war between Russia and the West, but also is just a guy who wants to see war because he loves it.
War. War has always been man's main occupation. You know, fools tell us his greatest accomplishments were the wheel or the alphabet. I say it's a battering ram and gunpowder.
So he's both greedy and crazy. Whitaker should have been the main bad guy who loves war so much that he wants to stir up World War III and make a shit ton of money. You know what I mean? Like,
that would be cool.
Because what is, like, Koskov is trying to buy these weapons, right? For the war in Afghanistan. Why would the Russian government be against better weapons? It doesn't make any fucking sense unless it's Whitaker trying to stir up World War III, which is like major stakes, like major stakes, right? That's something to give a shit about. But like Russia on like one general wanting weapons and the other one canceling them for no reason. Like Pushkin had no reason to cancel it. There are no emotional stakes either way, other than just like the Afghans get.
It reminds me of like the last movie we talked about. One of the issues was that you said that Zoran doesn't get the scene to explain his motives.
Yeah,
and I feel like that was in like we don't want to be this comic book movie where the villain has this monologue, but like you kind of need those scenes so that you kind of understand. Okay, this is their motivation. This is why they're doing these things.
Yeah,
and in that same regard, I feel like that what you're saying, it makes sense, and in that like we're missing either a motivation or something there, a little more clear motivation, and like that's I think. Again, it goes back to stakes and clarity in this movie are sorely lacking. There's no clarity in the plot. Like I'm already lost in half of what you said. Like
where's the disagreement between Koskov and Pushkin? What do they disagree on? Because it's one thing if Koskov's just trying to make money, which no doubt he is, but it's like the money is still being funneled into the purchase of weapons. If he's just trying to keep the $500 million, then that's just typical bad guy stuff. But he's not. He's trying to buy these weapons so that they can fight in Afghanistan. So, like, why would two Russian generals disagree over the purchase of kick-ass weapons? It's stupid.
I could see people making the judgment call on us, saying like, well, why are you looking into this so much? But I think that...
Why wouldn't you?
Well, why wouldn't you? But I do think that, like, this is important because, like, having clarity in your story helps understand where all the pieces are, because if you don't understand where those pieces are, it makes it hard. It makes it easier to understand why should I care that Bond succeeds in his mission.
Yeah, exactly. And that can be big or small. I mean, we've been through this before where it's like you have the big world-ending stakes, and then you have, like in the case of The Man with the Golden Gun, you have the smaller, more personal stakes where, I mean, somebody even commented, they're like, okay, so at the end of The Man with the Golden Gun, what's the worst thing that could happen? And it's like, well, Bond dies, you know, and the world keeps turning, but within Bond's world, his reputation as being the best goes away. And the Solex stuff, who cares about the Solex and all that? But it was personal stakes versus world-ending stakes. A story can go either way, but we just need to understand as an audience the consequences of failure, and we just don't have that here.
What this movie needed, besides what things you had said, like this movie needed a clear, like, oh, we're going to start World War III. Oh, I've got a nuclear weapon. Oh, this thing is going to start war, but, you know, the United States and Russia. Like, like something that was very distinct and clear, like the stakes are this. And like, I just felt like watching the whole movie, there are things that I think casual viewers would be like, oh, this movie's great. You know, it's got some of the best moments in this movie. It's like, there's a lot of great scenes and all this stuff. But like, what really doesn't work for me is like, why do I care?
Brad is so perfect because he already has that scene where he's like, and he has a couple where he's like, I love war. I live for war. Old generals are like the greatest humans who have ever lived. And like, we need the biggest war that's ever been, and I'm going to fight in it.
And that's the sad part is I think that's a character with a lot of lost potential because I love the setup with that character. Is like,
what army did you serve in? You were expelled from West Point for cheating.
You're a failure. You weren't even a military strategist, and you're like saying you could do all this great stuff. And I love that as his setup is that he was a failure.
That is so perfect because then he's like,
you know?
Yeah, exactly. My motivation is like, you may have failed me out of West Point, but I'm going to fight in the biggest war ever. And like, I'm going to win. Like, it was all there, but then we get watered down with Koskov, who is just
he
nothing.
Fantasizes
like, he's just nothing.
As one of the greats, like Genghis Khan or all those other people whose
he
statues
literally
put
himself in
on.
those statues. Yeah. So let me just carry on through. Let me carry through like my fix, right? My fix was switch the actors, right? Switch Gimli and Koskov. So then Gimli is working alongside Bond, fighting our bad guy general who has teamed up with Whitaker. Whitaker gets what he wants, which is World War III, and bad guy general gets what he wants, which is World War III, right? It's like this they have their own little détente, but it's like a dark détente, right? This American and this Russian who are going to provoke World War III. Whitaker, because he's like a weird, insecure war freak. And then the Russian, he's bringing back Smirt Spionum because he's like, the West is decadent and ready to fall.
The West is decadent.
And we need to capitalize on that. And then Whitaker just wants a fight, right? So it's like they both get what they want. Already I care more about that movie than this fight over dollar bills to just purchase weapons. You know, it's like, and so everything you're saying, McCurdy, is totally true, where it's like, okay, so I guess, I mean, maybe the worst thing that could happen is that the United States has more opium on the streets of New York or whatever.
Raw opium. Worth $500 million on the streets of New York.
But like, that was going to happen anyway. So, but once again, as with Octopussy, it's like all these blatantly obvious changes you could make to make the movie better. And they don't do it because they're so focused on spectacle and they're just hoping that you won't question this. But again, it's like, why wouldn't you? Because as you pointed out, when you understand what's going on, you care more. And that's why even something as like, give A View to a Kill as much shit as you want. I think A View to a Kill is a better movie because you can follow what's happening. And again, it's like Bond fails, millions of people are going to die. And at the same time, you have fun stuff going on, like the betrayal and the switcheroo of Mayday, the reversal of Mayday.
Things are specific. Things are highlighted as to why I care about what is going on in the movie.
Let's say that, because like I was saying, the whole defecting and then having Necros go in there and just throw milk bottles at everybody, it's ultimately pointless, right? Literally all he did was go in and just pretend to be a good guy and just say that Pushkin is nuts, right? And even Bond didn't believe him.
This plot to kill agent sounds rather far-fetched, sir.
Technically, it worked where M got the green light to go kill, like he's like, Bond, you got to go kill Pushkin. But and again, regardless of that being kind of dumb, forget about what I said about fixing it. Let's say that, okay, the defection was fake, as we said. What if Koskov had done all of this so he could like facilitate Necros getting in there and killing M or something, or like stealing something or killing somebody, you know what I mean? Instead, you just get this like Koskov is still pretending to be a good guy just so later we can find him at a pool. And so we're like, this guy's kind of an asshole, but it's like, it doesn't have any like punch to it, you know? And I mean, it is funny because he's just getting a blowjob and a foot job.
But they set that up though, because they set up personal stakes between him and Kara.
He kept his promise to send for me. What are we going? To London?
No, not yet. The British think he'll be safer if they keep him moving around for a while. We might catch up with him in Vienna.
Vienna?
She's so beautifully naive.
I love that guy. He's my favorite. He's my boyfriend and all this stuff. And Bond's just like, okay. Hey, do you want to go on a date? You know, kind of thing. And then it's like we cut back to him and he's at the pool with all these beautiful women and you're like, oh, this guy's a piece of shit, you know?
Yeah.
And then to top that off, I do like that Bond's like, dude, he told me there was going to be a sniper and he made you the sniper. And knowing him, he knew that I was going to kill a sniper. So your boyfriend's a piece of shit.
He told us a sniper might try to kill him. Then he set you up as the sniper, Kara. He wants you dead. You knew too much.
I liked that.
Okay, I get that it needed to look legit, but if only there had been a stronger reason to kill her.
No, but he says she knew too much and she's a loose end and that's why.
Was she a loose end though? Like what did she know?
I don't know.
Like I wish she was a loose end. Like it would have been, you know, because he's once he gets in the car, he's like, "So Bond, did you?"
I'd rather not talk about it.
No, of course not.
But she knew enough to get in touch with Whitaker, right? So you already.
You know what? You're totally right. You're totally right. She led Bond directly to Whitaker. So you're right.
Your cello's a Stradivarius.
A famous one. The Lady Rose.
The Lady Rose, a cello by Stradivarius of Cremona, 1724, sold for $150,000 to Brad Whitaker. Whitaker.
She knew enough to know, so like that worked, but like again, the plot's just overly complicated.
Tell me what you think though, because you've been on about how you prefer your Bond girls to be a certain way. She's just like an everyday, like she's very naive, right? But she gets tougher over time, but she's very naive. And I really appreciate her naivete. Her like, we're going to go to Vienna. Yeah. We're going to go to London. You know, like she's all romantic about defecting. And Bond's like, yeah, you're caught up in a big web that you don't understand.
She starts punching people towards the end and taking the AK.
So my take on her, I think she's a better actress than Tanya Roberts, for one.
Both faults move at once.
1,000%, yes.
1,000% better. I think the way they wrote her character, they really, because the last movie sets Bond up with several women, like the one thing at the same time, the one thing I kind of don't like about this movie and I kind of like appreciate about the movie is that, and I don't like it because it just kind of ruins the mystique of Bond in a way for me. The fact that he can get all these women and we don't really see that in this movie. We see like a very small glimpse of it. And then he's just kind of focused on this one girl the entire film, but we're kind of like, why are you hung up on this girl?
Yeah.
That being said, it gives more time to focus on her and like, they go on this date and like, you know, you get a little more sense of who she is and how she kind of got wrapped up in this whole thing. Like she reminds me of Romanova from Russia with Love in that sense.
They both get dresses, right?
But Romanova was playing naive. This girl actually is very naive.
And I know like the last time you were talking about how you're like, well, Tanya Roberts is just an ordinary girl and she's like, in over her head. And like this, I'm buying that. The last time I'm like, Tanya Roberts just sounds dumb to me. I don't know about you.
I mean,
guys,
I honestly think that Kara. I think Kara is. I think she's dumber and less capable than Goodnight, but she actually transforms. That's what I'm saying. Is that like in the beginning she's very soft and she's like this, and then over time, I just don't see the purpose for why Bond sets himself up to seduce her at the fair.
What's wrong? Why do we stop?
I arranged it.
I arranged it because I want to hook up with you. It's like,
all right,
why?
Yeah, it feels like a left field moment for a character that we've known to do. It just goes back to that thing where it's like they were trying to rewrite Bond to like just to like update with the times, but it doesn't work at all because it's
out
just
of nowhere.
Like it doesn't work because I'm like I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it, man.
The romance is like is honestly kind of close to like the Secret Service romance where it's like, look, they're doing romantic things together and now they're in love, you know, as opposed to really feeling like
there's not like
Bond doesn't give a shit about her.
Bond, and here's the thing, I disagree in that because I think Honor Majesty's Secret Service at least has this
I know. Go talk to Nikolai about it. Go talk to fucking Nikolai the Quack about it.
That movie has a little bit of like, okay, I'm messed up, you're messed up. You know, that little bit. And this movie doesn't have that. There's no like what's common between us thing. That doesn't exist in this.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm like, that's where I'm like, unless it's an opposites attract thing where she's like, has never been outside and he's always been everywhere, if you want to count that.
I'm posing as Koskov's friend to see what leads I can get from her.
He's running through this whole thing the whole time, trying to pump her for information and all that.
Pump her for information.
And then, like, all of a sudden, he's like, let it happen. If there was a purpose to that, if it was like, you need to turn her from Koskov or something, but it just happens.
I kind of disagree with you, and I can see that like it's more of a ploy to be like, how do you gain someone's trust? Well, if you are you romantically linked with somebody, then you are more likely to gain their trust in them telling everything.
Yeah, but that's kind of my point, where what we've been talking about is how the producers are legitimately trying to craft a love story here to get away from Bond's general misogyny. And instead, she's just always an asset to him. He never really falls in love with her. It's the same old Bond love, you know, so, and it never really leads to anything. It led to nothing. Like,
well, we know about the cello and we knew about like, you know, but that, I don't know. I don't know.
It didn't lead to anything.
I guess.
You know?
I'm not going to fight you too much on that, but I'm just like, well, yeah.
because at the end of the day, you don't care in general.
This movie, there's 2 moments in this movie where I'm like, if this was played by the actress who played Goodnight or Tanya Roberts, I'd be like, I fucking hate this woman. And those 2 moments specifically are, actually there's 3? There's 3 moments in this movie where she does something that's kind of dumb. And one of those moments is when she's like, I have to get my cello.
My cello. It's at the conservatoire. I must get my cello.
No way.
I have to get my cello. And Bond's like, it's just like Bond being the boyfriend, but like, why the f do we need to go get your cello? We need to get the f out of here.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, I need my cello. Luckily, they use the cello to like in the plot. Like it.
Yeah.
It
Bond
moves
even
the plot
says, he's like, I'm
forward.
glad I insisted.
Glad I insisted you brought that cello.
And then the second 2 moments are like when they're in Afghanistan and she's driving and she's like, but wait, Bond. And
when he's in the plane and she's like, hey.
But hey,
he's
Bond,
like,
you forgot about me. And I'm like, bitch, I got to get out of here.
And Dalton plays that beautifully where he's like, and that's what I'm always saying. Like, what have I said from the get-go? What I like when James Bond gets to have these little moments of misogyny. I'm sorry, not sorry, because that's the character. Like we've been pointing out, it's quite clear that the producers were like, maybe we went too far with the misogynistic stuff last time. Which, by the way, I just don't understand why feminists in general think it's misogynistic for a man to have sex with a bunch of women, but they are obsessed with sex. Like, sex is a good thing unless you're a man having sex with multiple partners. That's not what the definition of misogyny is. Misogyny is a disliking of women.
Women, walkie-talkie.
Or even that weird-ass comment that I read at the end of the last episode that was like, Bond is not egalitarian enough. And I'm like, look, if you are applying your politics, whatever your politics are, to James Bond, you're missing the point and just fuck off. Like, get out of the theater, because he's such a competent dude that and attractive dude that chicks are all over him. Again, it's that whole thing of like, why are chicks into race car drivers? And it's like, because they live on the edge, man. They're so alive. Well, you can believe it, because like we talked about earlier, Bond is always one step from death.
I have a theory why women like racing drivers. It's not because they respect what we do. It's our closeness to death. You see, the closer you are to death, the more alive you feel. The more alive you are. They can see that in you. They feel that in you.
He's like everything that a woman wants. And when people, especially guys, step in and they're like, it's bad that he objectifies women, it's like, motherfucker, they're throwing themselves at him because they're more of a man than you will ever be. So like, shut the fuck up when it comes to Bond should not bang chicks. It's so insulting for someone to come in and be like, this is wrong, and everything in life needs to reflect my politics. It's like, no. Bond lives in a world of life and death, and your view of things doesn't even, like, the guy doesn't go into the voting booth and pull the lever. He's too busy saving the world. I know it's fictional. I know it's fantastical. I know it's a male fantasy, but it doesn't matter. The guy is a character who does certain things, and you want to change it to reflect your pitiful perfection that you fantasize about for the world. When we strip James Bond of the things that makes him James Bond, that's what drives me nuts. It's like everybody wants to whitewash and clean all this stuff and make it less brash. It's like expecting Eric Cartman to clean up his filthy mouth. It's just stupid. Stop it. And it just ruins it, and it makes for a lackluster movie. Again, the theme of this episode. It obviously bugs the shit out of me.
Let me backtrack from what you were saying real quick, because I want to get to the last point, and I actually have a question about it, because I'm not 100% clear about this. Yeah. So when they're in the plane, this is the third moment where I'm like, she does something kind of dumb that's like, come on. She flies the plane, but then she looks back and then she opens the bay doors. Did she do that for a reason?
No.
She was like, surely Bond can use this.
Yeah, but was it only because the producers or the writers were like, okay, well, we have this cool stunt idea we want to do. I mean, so we need to have her open the doors.
Open the bay door. But even then, what lever is it? That was the one moment where I was like confused. I'm like, did this need to happen? Was there a reason that was she motivated to do that? Or were they like, oh no, she thinks that she has to do something and she does it?
She gets one slight peek of Necros, right? So then that's what she bases the decision on?
If she was doing a whole bunch, like remember when Goodnight was just hitting all the buttons?
Just push every damn button, will you?
If she was like trying to do something and she's hitting this and she's turning that and she's twisting that and then it opens the bay door, like that would have made more sense. But it's literally she just looks down and just pulls that one lever. And then right when Bond gets back and says his Bond joke.
What happened?
He got the boot.
She's just flying directly into a mountain. You had one job, you know.
So overall, I think I think back when you were talking about like, you were harping on me about like, but that's her character, man. That's her character. That's why she does this thing. And you were talking about Maude Adams and Goldfinger. And I'm like, I didn't buy it. This I will buy that.
Man with the
that's
golden
her
gun.
Character. The man with the golden gun. Whatever. I don't
golden finger.
I'm saying it for the audience.
The man with the golden finger. The man.
The man with the golden
Shut
finger.
up, Scott.
McCurdy, shut up.
But that's the thing. I will believe. I'm on board of believing this character than I am some of the other ones. As much as like she does do some incompetent things, I believe her. Yeah. She's naive, but I believe the naivete, and it works for the movie.
Because in the performance, it's conveyed in the performance.
Yeah, and it doesn't hurt the movie, and she does, like you said, she does change. So it's not like, to me, she's not one of the worst Bond women.
And she's not a KGB agent. She's just like a normal person.
I was just thinking, if she was an agent, then it would be slightly different.
then we'd be having the same shouting match as we did in Man with the Golden Gun, where you're like, the two of you were like, she should be more capable. And I'm like, she is, but she's unlucky. But that then gets into like a screenwriting thing. This simplifies it. It's like she's a normal person and she gets tougher over time. She starts throwing punches. She starts like does she pick up guns? Like
she grabs the AK from the main Mujahideen guy and says, "We got to go save Bond."
James is trapped. You must help him.
He'll have to take his chances.
You can't leave him. You owe him your life.
There's nothing more I can do.
Yes, there is.
Okay, that too. Why was she so upset that Cameron Shaw let Bond go? Because is it not better? I mean, I understand that because she did that, they rescued him. But like Bond was undercover, like literally had his face covered, and then just made the mistake, I guess, of showing his face at the worst moment when he walks out of the plane. But like the plan was that Bond was going to go with them, plant the bomb, and then like fuck off. And then the plane would have just exploded. But why was she all upset? Why she's like, Cameron Shaw, you coward, you let him go. And he's like, yeah, bitch, that's part of the plan. Like we can't go invade this. We can't go pick a fight because Bond has the element of surprise, and he's going to plant a bomb, and that bomb's going to explode, and we don't have to do a goddamn thing. So let Bond go and then like join our harem.
Don't worry, I'll save you for the harem.
Okay, so that was something I was going to bring up about this movie, and we had talked about this a couple episodes ago about how like these movies started becoming the writer, the director, and the stunt choreographers are coming in, or stunt coordinator are coming in, and they're saying, hey, and the producers, and like, okay, what ideas do you want to bring to the table? What do we want to do? Yeah. And as I watch this movie, I see that in play in this scene because we have the bomb. So why don't they just blow up the plane, and that would get rid of the problem? But no, now we've changed it. No, we want to do this stunt where he's in the sky because we've been doing all these skydiving stunts that really look like we've got this new technology. cameras are much lighter. We can do all this stuff in the air. It's going to look really good on screen. Like, we want to do this. So Bond should get in the plane and then get off on the plane, and we can do this cool stunt in the air. And that's the moment where I'm like, okay, somebody didn't do a good job of covering their tracks, because I can see the threads of like, yeah, maybe don't put the bomb on the plane, or maybe do something else to fix that, but they didn't.
To your point, if you're going to have Bond take the plane, as opposed to, again, the simple thing, the plan was he's going to put the bomb on, it's going to take off, and then the plane's going to blow up. Everybody's happy, right? It also beeps. The bomb beeps. So, like, they would have found it. Like, potentially they would have found it and defused it. But anyway, but to your point, they basically ended up putting the onus on Bond. Bond screws up by not covering his face. What they needed was Necros recognizes him and like pulls his disguise off, and then Bond does what he did, grabs a gun, starts shooting up the place. Because I really don't have a problem with Bond taking the plane, because he didn't have anywhere else to go. He was like boxed in, right? So it was only natural that he was going to hijack the flight. But to your point, it's like the writer already had something written out, and they're like, whatever. How about Bond just walks out with his face uncovered, and Koskov is right there? And it's just kind of odd. It's like, why would Bond make such a horrible mistake?
So we're not being super harsh on this movie. Let me start with Nans. What was something that you liked about this movie, whether it was a scene, a moment, or anything specific?
I did enjoy the stuff between Bond and Kara or whatever. I enjoyed all of that, and like him kind of telling her, "Oh, I'm a friend of what's his face." There's so many people I get confused.
Gorgie.
And just like, I don't know. I guess it's not super Bond-like to just be like, be bopping around, taking her on dates and stuff, but I kind of enjoyed it. And
at least it was motivated.
Yeah, and I thought the action scenes, minus like the hand-to-hand fighting, I thought the action scenes were cool.
Yeah, like the car scene.
Of course, we get a great Aston Martin Vantage with rockets. I don't love the rim cuts the circle in the ice thing. That's a little too far.
A perfect circle.
Perfect. The sliding on the cello case, like that didn't bother me, luckily. It's kind of silly.
I was somewhat anticipating either of you being like, the sledding is goofy.
I was fine with it.
I'm fine with it, other than, I mean, it's obviously ridiculous, and especially when Bond's like, just flash the passport, and the Austrian border patrol won't stop us sledding through. But like, it's fun. So, I mean, I'm the guy that's going to be like, it's fun, so I don't care.
For me, it kind of made sense, too, because the Vantage gets stuck, and then I'm like, there's no way they're outrunning skiers.
Yeah.
And then they do that, and I was like, okay, yeah, sure.
The two things that give it a pass for me is, one, if I'm not mistaken, I think everybody was like on board with like, yeah, Russia sucks, so like, let's get those people out of there. And two, the cello thing like is so part of the I mean, yes, it's a complicated plot, but up until this point, it's like, okay, I'm understanding what is going on with the cello and how it helps the plot move forward and how Bond can figure everything out. So I'm okay with them doing the sledding on the cello and all of that stuff, and how they like, even at the end of the movie, like the cello comes back and you see the bullet hole that we saw earlier in the film.
I love that.
Sorry.
I love
like that's
that.
like a little nice little piece there. So like when and there's no weird stupid needle drop in that scene. They could have done something really ridiculous with that.
Glad I insisted you brought that cello.
Grandma got run over by a reindeer walking home from our house Christmas Eve. You can say there's no such thing as Santa.
And I feel like it works. It works enough for me, and we just get off of like probably, in my opinion, up to this point, the second best supercar chase in the series. I think it's better than the one in Goldfinger, but I don't think it's as good as the one we got in The Spy Who Loved Me as far as the supercar chase. Now, there are other supercars later in the series, but up to this point, I'm like, we actually see the supercar do some really cool things. It's on ice, and, it shoots missiles, and it gets, you actually see it do some pretty cool stuff in daylight.
To be honest, I do enjoy that Bond is continuing to keep up this, like, again, to my point that she's pretty naive. And who knows if she believes a word, but the whole time she's like, what's all this crazy stuff going on? And Bond's just throwing out goofy jokes to like, continue to deceive her.
You picked up the police van.
There must be an atmospheric anomaly.
What happened?
Salt corrosion. Amazing, this modern safety glass.
Why are you picking up the police band? Why are they after us? How did that happen? What's going on? And she's just along for the ride, and that's where, and then like flash forward to, it's like half an hour later that Bond's like, I haven't been honest with you. I'm a secret agent, and she's like, what?
If you can believe it.
But I do like. That's okay. So jumping off to that scene, to a good thing about that, he's coming to her and he's like, look, this is what's going on. As ridiculous as it is, whatever. But she's like, no, he told me you're a KGB agent and you're trying to kill me. And then sure enough, he had taken the martini and then he's like, oh,
yeah, damn coffee.
And then Necros comes in the door and you're like, oh no, Bond's done for.
Yeah.
I liked that moment. I liked that moment. You know what I mean? I liked those little things. Like there's little moments that are great, but the movie
little
overall
moments that are
doesn't...
fantastic, but it all leads up to nothing. Hey, Tim Dalton, we want to bring you on. You're going to be awesome. And Tim's like, I can't wait to do this. I love, I grew up watching Connery. I want to do the best Bond that's ever done. I'm going to go back to the books. I'm going to do all this amazing stuff to really be the best Bond ever. And the unfortunate motherfucker was given the worst script to start him off.
Yeah.
It's a crime. It's a fucking crime.
Yeah. I mean, he's stuck in a rock and a hard place where it's like, you're going to get compared to the two legends at this point. Because Lazenby's not, he's not considered one of them, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, you're going to get compared to either Connery or Moore. So he's like, all right, well, I don't want to do Moore and I don't want to do Connery. I want to do what's in the books.
Real quick interruption. For everybody out there who hates Roger Moore, love or hate the man, he at least found a way to completely differentiate himself from Connery. He did his own James Bond.
Yes.
So for that, you should give him props. It's almost like Connery took the black hat, so he took the white hat. It's like Connery's a little more badass. I'm going to be somewhat lighter and more charming. He's going to be
that, he amped up the one thing in the Connery, Connery's always great. But there's that one little bit of Connery that's like that wink and nod, and Moore
that shined in Diamonds Are Forever,
and Moore kind of amped that side of it up because he was really good at playing that. With Dalton being a serious stage actor, he's like, all right, I'm going to really study this character. So he gets all the books, he reads all 14, it's 14, I think, novels, really gets into the story. And even Wilson and the producers, that's a good idea. You should do that. When they were coming up with the story, they wrote Bond very generically because they weren't sure, okay, we're getting a new Bond, let's not try to, because the previous movies, they would amp up the comedy for more. So it's let's just write kind of just baseline, not anything crazy, not too dark, but not too funny. And, you get Dalton coming in and he kind of does try to do the little more serious, ice in your veins Bond that, it's in the books. But he specifically says, he's like, I want Bond to be human. I don't want him to be a superhuman hero. You can't relate to a superhero. He has to be human. He has to have flaws. He has to be contradictory. Those are the types of things that he was trying to aim for in this performance. And I do see those things. Unfortunately, I don't think the script does a good job of letting what we love about Bond shine through too much. And I know some people would say, oh, his performance is really great. It's I think he does a good job. I just don't think the script allows him to do the best job. And I am actually very glad after watching this movie again that Brosnan didn't get this movie.
Yes. It was written in the stars.
Because had Brosnan gotten this movie, I think Brosnan's career would have been completely different, unfortunately. So I'm actually glad that didn't happen.
GoldenEye, again, I'm not trying to break my own rule. It's focused, right? Whereas with this, like I said, throw as much stuff let's throw as much stuff.
Talk about it.
I'll drink after I say this. Throw as much at the audience as possible and just hope they don't question too much. I almost would have been cool with them remaking Dr. No. Good on Eon for not remaking their movies ever. To this point, I mean, someday they will, but at this point, they haven't done any remakes. But I almost would have been cool with them remaking Dr. No, because I think that Dalton would have shined in something just simple and straightforward.
Wait, hold on, Charlie, back up. They did remake their movies. We established that in the last couple. But you're saying specifically calling this Dr. No.
They didn't.
Go on. Sorry.
They didn't call it. Had they called A View to a Kill Goldfinger?
Yeah.
That's different. It's an homage more than it is a direct remake. But had they just remade Dr. No with Timothy Dalton, how fucking cool would that have been? You know, and I'm saying that if you're gonna nowadays they would. Nowadays they'd be like, well, we need to reboot this. So let's just go ahead.
Up Dr. No.
Yeah, and we're gonna go all out with Dr. No, and it's gonna have Timothy Dalton in it, and then work your way up to The Living Daylights and rewrite it drastically so we give a shit. But
the 3 blind mice are gonna be jacked.
They're gonna be super blind. They're gonna be deaf too. They don't even need to use silencers.
Charlie, what was something that you really liked about this movie? So we're not completely like bashing this movie to bits.
Again, I can't say it enough that like our job here is to scrutinize. And yes, we're bashing the plot, but like Dalton really is. I think he's great. I think he's everything that I want in a Bond. I don't necessarily appreciate that he's just like forced into being a one-woman man the whole movie. But I think the best sequence of the whole movie is the Pushkin scene where he confronts him as he's with his wife. Just every single moment of that scene is just top notch. And it's not just because Gimli's there. But
it's because Gimli's there.
I know, but he's so good. He's so good.
And that's the only scene in the movie, and I think it's like the only... No, it's not, but it's the only scene in the movie where you actually see someone's... I'm going to be that 12-year-old
Charlie
boy.
Just likes it because there's a boob.
You see some movies.
Like super side boob with a little nip.
You do.
But,
and it's like, it's like they don't do the best job of hiding it. You're like, yeah, I saw some boobs in a PG-13
Hey, honey, can
movie.
you turn like just a hair? Just like rotate a little bit.
Okay, wait, come back a little bit.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Good enough.
12-year-old boy me is like, yes.
Must have been cold in that room.
But,
yes.
But overall,
we
that
see
scene is it's fantastic because like here's Bond who is on a mission, but he knows that his mission is kind of shitty.
It is a question of trust. Who do you believe? Koskov or me?
If I trusted Koskov, we wouldn't be talking.
And again, you're blowing my mind that it could have been Gogol, because had it been Gogol,
it would have worked so much better.
That would have been so cool. That would have been so cool. That would have been such an emotional payoff after 7
It would have been
movies.
great if it was Gogol because like we have established that character and we've had
over
like
and
so
over
many
and over
stories
and over.
with him.
Gogol has literally watched him So anyway, so like but John Rhys-Davies, he's the so like that whole sequence is like I really turn on in that moment because suddenly you care because you have this, you know, and it all comes down to that moment where he's like, it's a matter of trust, you know, like, do you believe me or do you believe him? And then Bond's like,
But as long as you're alive, we'll never know what he's up to.
Then I must die.
It's a fantastic scene, and then it has a perfect follow-up in the assassination scene. That whole sequence is the best part of the movie for me. Because, again, to your point, like, because you care, and they don't tell the wife. And they don't tell her for a good reason, so she has this
like,
perfect reaction.
And then he gets up.
I know, it's like everything about that sequence is
ability.
phenomenal. It's just such a phenomenal scene for a spy movie because it's Bond springing a trap, you know. He knows that they're kind of trying to manipulate him into killing Pushkin, so he fake kills he collaborates with Pushkin himself to kind of smoke out these rats. The only problem, of course, is that once you find out what Koskov was up to, it's stupid and dumb and stupid and makes no sense at all. But anyway, back to things I like, even down to little things like I do love the car chase scene. Like I said, Bond throwing out little jokes and she's like, what's going on? And then even as ridiculous as it is that he would drive into a boathouse and instead of busting through it, it goes with him. And then it provides cover while he's being shot. And then he's like, time to get out or time to leave home or like time to leave. And like, and he busts out and then it explodes. Like, I love that.
Time to leave.
Like, that's cool. Like watching that thing explode after he busts through as ridiculous. And that's what I've been saying for like every Roger Moore movie. I'm like, I know that some things get ridiculous, but like I enjoy them for what they are. And I know there's a difference between that and Beach Boys. We don't need to rehash that.
We don't have to. Let me just put this on there. Is that like, yes, I do think there's some funniness to like, there's some humor. Because I remember you and I kind of talked about this and we're like, yeah, there's some goofiness to this, like some like leftover Roger Moore gagness to some of how the stunts work. But like, I think the biggest difference for me, going back to that firefighter scene that like we talked about ad nauseum, was that
3 hours.
That scene is played for laughs because of the reaction shots and how they like pull that. But this movie doesn't do that. Like they let things as is. We don't add any like extra sauce or anything. When I say sauce, like we don't have any like double take moments. There's no like silliness to those scenes. So like when we do the cello, sliding down the ice, it's like I don't like. It's kind of
played straight. It's
played straight. Like even like when the like the salt corrosion thing really works when he like uses the laser. Like I could see that Roger Moore doing that, but I feel like there would be more. Like you would see way more of a reaction shot coming from the two guys in the car versus like how that plays off. But it works well enough because he plays it very serious and very just like salt corrosion. Like we don't get anything as crazy as a double take, like the double take pigeon or the guy who's just like, like we never get that. And like I think that's the biggest difference between this and more, where it's like we do kind of get leftovers of that, but it's like it's not played up as much, and so it works.
As we were talking about that whole sequence with Pushkin, where it ends is our third iteration of How to Catch a James Bond, where Felix Leiter sends some prostitutes.
You looking for a party?
Seems like a good idea.
Okay, that's where I wanted to go. That's what I want to talk about. Felix Leiter, I feel like, is such a half-baked thing in this movie.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to be in the movie.
He doesn't need to be in the movie, and I feel like they were just like, oh, what else do we need? Oh, Felix Leiter. But he's such like he's just kind of like, just a little bit of exposition for like what the Americans are doing, kind of to seal things up at the very end of the movie.
And then he's just doing Overwatch for Bond, where he's like, there's a guy, punch him. It's underwhelming.
They like play up the whole thing with, the first time we ever saw Leiter, it was like, you think he's a bad guy, but he's actually a good guy. Like they play that card again with this, because it's like, oh, that's a recurring thing with Leiter. You think he's going to be you think it's a bad guy, but oh no, it's a good guy, So it's like,
I still like it's like anytime Leiter rolls through, it doesn't have to weigh on the plot all that much. It's just kind of, even if it's just for a touch, like they say, they're like, let's talk shop. We've been working the same case. If there would have been a little, just one little door that Leiter opened up, other than at the end helping Bond punch a guy in the face, because there wasn't, right? I mean, like Leiter didn't, after they had their meetup with the hookers, nothing came of that, right?
No,
I don't think there was anything where he's like, well, actually, we traced Koskov to here, and he's like, thanks, CIA, and then he moves on.
I think the simple thing is just he's exposition so that we understand the final act, which. The thing about the final act to me is it feels very tacked on, because nothing about Afghanistan is mentioned into the movie until that very moment where they just so happen to go to Afghanistan and all this stuff takes place. Afghanistan feels like it comes out of left field. Historically speaking, it makes sense.
But if you ask me which one feels more tacked on, I kind of think the prologue feels a bit tacked on, because
but we go back to
the defection. We only go back to it with the Smirt Spionum thing, but the
the prologue's when they're on the Rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah, and
that's
the
prologue.
It's just an action scene to introduce our new Bond, and then the only thing that carries over is the Smirt Spionum thing. And I'm not against the prologue. Like I'm not against it, but when Bond says, well, we must have scared the living daylights out of her. I get the sense that was the end of the prologue, right? That was supposed to lead into our title sequence.
Whoever she was must have scared the living daylights out of her.
I think the original prologue was supposed to be the defection.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And maybe they felt like it was a little underwhelming or something, because the prologue as it stands, I think is a lot of fun, But mate, you're dead.
Yeah, hold on, you're dead.
I enjoy it, and I like that the bad guy's like, no, like who doesn't love when bad guys yell no? And obviously the Smirt Spionum thing is carried through, at least so far as M gives it to Bond, and then Bond never uses it. But that almost feels more tacked on than Afghanistan, because like I get what you're saying, but Afghanistan still, it has some purpose. They kind of needed to milk the office in the plane gag a little bit more, because it literally just starts with M just gets up and is like already walking around. Clearly what they were trying to do was like have M seated and he's talking, and then he gets up and we realize we're in a plane. And they kind of like cut that a little bit, and I don't know why. Maybe it wasn't working, but it's like they needed to milk that a little bit more.
So off of that, like that was the one thing that I felt was a little, I don't want to say strange, but it was something that they were trying to do with this movie to kind of maybe set the beginning of all these new Bond films, was that like prior to this, John Glenn's like saying, okay, we're not doing gadgets. Like we're going to kind of like tone down gadgets. We're not going to make the movie Moonraker where everything's a damn gadget. And then they kind of backtrack with that when we got to the last movie where we had all these kind of silly, obnoxious gadgets where we didn't have any, like, there was no setup and payoff with the gadgets where, like, Hugh says, okay, there's this gadget and it does this thing. And then later in the movie, we see it do this thing in different ways. Yeah. This movie does that.
What's my code?
Oh, most appropriate. A wolf whistle.
You mean,
What? Which I think is something we're going to see more in the next movies. But it also kind of set this specific weird tone where it's like, yeah, we're trying to do more serious, but we're just going to steep this like comic book Bond spy. You know, we see the moment where he pulls up to the place and the rake like spins around because it's a radar and it detects he has weapons and things like that. And then even the line like where he's talking about, he's trying to figure out which KGB agent this could have been. And it's like, she personates children and she kills people with teddy bears, you know.
Exploding
like,
teddy bears.
And like, then we see the ghetto blaster.
Something we're making for the Americans. It's called a ghetto blaster.
As I always say, the world of James Bond is ridiculous, and a little girl killing people with teddy bears is like not that goofy or crazy.
It wasn't something I hated about the movie. It's just something that they're like, okay, we're going to set up how gadgets are going to be utilized in this world and how they like a thing can look like something else, but it's like kind of trying to modernize that idea. And they try to do that throughout this movie. Yeah. And I don't think it hurts the movie. It's just something I noticed as I'm watching.
Obviously, I have to point out that right before the teddy bear thing, they point out a Russian KGB assassin who murders people by strangling them with her thighs. Who does that sound like?
Assassination methods, strangulation with hands or thighs.
We'll get there. We'll get to my beloved, my sweet beloved. Yeah, no
can't
opium.
Use that line. Hey, we can't use that line in this one because there was definitely heroin in this movie.
Also in that scene, though, with Q, I don't know why, but he's got the longest eyebrow hair I've ever seen in my life.
He's an old man. Old men have long eyebrows.
I've been on so many sets now, it's like if somebody's watching it and they're watching the screens and they notice like, oh, hey, Ryan's hair is like sticking out. Look, we need to cut and get hair and makeup on it. Like they would do that. You know,
but
they would do that now.
I'm saying that like this hair was like hanging in front of his eye, and I was like,
no one's noticing.
Nobody
that,
trimmed it. Yeah. Like, you know, it's like having a booger in your nose. Maybe we should go back,
do another take. You know, fix that. Unless that was the best take. And then something I want to point out before we forget it is a callback to another line, a James Bond line, which I was like, I can't remember any other time they do this. Is when Whitaker has his like science fiction gun, and he's like, "All right, you've had your 8.
All right, you've had your 8. Now I'll have my 80.
Mr. Smith & Wesson, and you've had your 6.
Like that was the callback. It was like the only callback to another line that I can think of, and it was just so happened the fact that we had just watched Dr. No comparing the last 2 movies, so I was like. Oh, okay. So I see like they're trying to make all these very subtle callbacks, but I thought that was kind of like
but at
a
least
funny
they heighten it, right?
Cool.
And it's like you don't need to have seen Dr. No to understand that line that this guy would very well know that Bond only has 8 at the most, 7 plus 1 in the chamber, and then he and he's going to return with his 80. But again, as we pointed out, it's like ridiculous that Bond wouldn't go for center mass. I mean, even when he shot General Pushkin, he shot him in the heart.
It's the first time I've ever been grateful that James Bond is a good shot.
Why was he insisting on shooting him in the head? Like, come on, dude.
Yeah. Anybody knows who's handled a firearm would know that, like, you go for center mass. Like, it's not like you go for the head.
You don't go for the
center
head.
Mass.
People are like, why didn't that police officer shoot him in the leg or shoot the gun out of his hand? It's like, you've watched too many movies.
But
why would you ever
are trained?
Yeah, you kill that fucker because they might kill you.
Yeah,
you know?
you are trained to shoot center mass.
No, you should have shot the gun out of their hand like Clint Eastwood would have done in a movie where it's not real, but I think it's real because I was raised on movies. And that's all I ever do is watch movies. Yeah. And real life should be like a movie, and it should be ideal. Why can't everything be perfect? Why can't everything be fucking perfect? I don't understand why bad things need to happen to good people. I don't get it.
Okay, you're good. All right, Scott, calm down.
That's people today. Tiny detail that I just feel compelled to point out because I don't know why they did it. But in the prologue, there's a guy who's just driving with some people in a car. And he's the same guy from For Your Eyes Only who was pursuing Bond. So, I mean, he's obviously a friend of the producers, but like, I don't know why. It's like Drunk Guy all over again.
Yeah. There's another actor, and maybe you were talking about the same one, but there's a character in this movie, and I didn't catch him, but in The Spy Who Loved Me, he was the guy who's getting chased by Jaws in the pyramids. That actor comes back in this movie, but it was another callback. It was one of those scenes where like, oh, we're bringing back this other actor, but he's in a different role in this movie.
Speaking of your trivia, McCurdy, a very recognizable name popped up in the title sequence, Barbara Broccoli. Is this her first movie?
So she'd been working on these movies for a while. This is the first time she gets associate producer credit.
Okay, what was she? Was she doing assistant stuff before this?
I think she was an assistant director.
Okay.
But basically, I mean, being in the family, of course, she was an assistant. So they like pulled her in.
Yeah.
I mean, she was obviously working under, her father and everything else. So like, yeah, that's Broccoli's daughter. She was going up the ranks, but she had been doing these movies for way before this too. So This is like the first time they've given her associate producer, and obviously, like I said before, Michael G. Wilson is now getting a producer credit. Now, we're not saying it's Albert R. Broccoli and Michael Wilson like we would with Harry Saltzman, but you're seeing the beginnings of who's going to take the reins of the franchise in the very near future after this. After this couple movies.
With the title sequence, I really don't like when they have these featured models in the title sequences. I much prefer when we just have purely objectified women. And I'm not just trying to be funny or just be a butthead. I don't like when you don't want anybody
specific. You just want it
because it's just weird.
Because it's like an aesthetic versus being something that like we're following a character.
Yeah, I just like these vague female shapes.
In Goldfinger, though, like the woman in Goldfinger is the same woman throughout. In the same woman who plays the girl who gets her ass slapped.
We never talked about that. Yeah.
Dink, meet Felix Leiter.
Hello.
Felix, say hello to Dink.
Hi, Dink.
That's Dink.
Yeah, that's the same one.
The model in Goldfinger is
Dink.
The
model in Goldfinger is Dink, and it's the same one. But like that, so it's not
really.
I could see them being like, oh, well, we're hearkening back to this, but I that's never bothered me.
But you can't recognize Dink. She's just like a gold woman. I'm talking about how with this, they have that shot of the chick at the end. They do that occasionally where it's like a featured model, like fully lit. And I like when they're just shades and shadows, and even the men are just shades and shadows.
Maybe
and
if
then
they're part
Bond
of the movie, it makes sense to
exactly. That's where it's like, who is this chick? And with the general lackluster feeling of the movie, this model chick even lays down to take a nap. Like even she's fucking bored. This movie kind of has that same thing that happened when we went from Secret Service to Diamonds Are Forever, where this movie looks older than A View to a Kill, and it's kind of weird. We don't need to go super in depth about that,
think
but
it's
just kind of feels older.
It's
like Russia.
So one thing specifically that I've noticed, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to feel like I'm being like pretentious snob. Be like, oh, I work on film sets. This is how this is how they make movies.
Normally, you don't hold back. Just do it, you snob.
Very curious thing, snobbery.
So anyway, what I want to say though is that like what you can particularly tell, especially when you watched an older film like Dr. No, and then you go forward in time and watch something like a little bit more modern, which I feel like these films are starting to get more modern as they're going along. The lightings, particularly, they'll talk about trying to backlight things more and more and doing less front lighting, because when you do things like front lighting, things look really flat. And I feel like that may be part of the problems. Like like one scene in particular that stuck out to me was like when they're in the prison in Afghanistan. I was like, the lighting looks like it's from an older movie.
Yeah.
When I feel like we should be at this point where the lighting should make me feel like we're having more light coming through the windows and cracks rather than light on their faces. And that's where it feels natural, essentially.
Yeah.
Like if you watch a modern movie now, most movies feel like most of the light is coming from outside if we're in a scene during daylight. And then when we're inside, the light is coming from practical light, or it feels like we're coming from practical light.
Yeah.
Whereas if you watch a movie from like the 50s and the 60s and even the 70s, a lot of the lighting feels like it is, if you watch it, it feels like a stage. Like you feel like you're on a stage, you feel like you're on a set. It looks like all the lights are planted up high and you can kind of tell where the lighting's coming from. It's not coming from any specific direction or something like that. Watching the newer Bond films, like you can see, okay, this feels like it sets a mood where the light's coming out of the window and Bond's standing by the window, and that looks actually really good and pleasant to the eye versus like what we see in this movie. And I feel like with Honor Majesty's Secret Service, they still have that 60s front lit studio lighting, but there's a lot more of that. Let's try to do something interesting with the light. Let's not put as many lights on. Let's not like spotlight everything, every corner of the room. And I do feel like there's parts of this movie that feel that what you're talking about, Charlie, where it's like, I feel like they're spotlighting this entire prison where like any other movie now would have been like, oh no, let's like light this in a way where, it's a little more dark and shadowy and not so highly lit.
Yeah. Well, like if you told me they made 5 movies with Roger Moore, and then they made 1 with Timothy Dalton, and then they made another 2 with Roger Moore, I would have believed you. Like I think A View to a Kill looks newer than this movie in such an odd way.
I want to give you my rank.
On that note,
I want to give you my
rank this,
because I thought about this and then I had a kind of an idea where I wanted to put it.
I don't think we're going to fight each other much on this because I think we both agree that, Nans even said high. It was like, all right.
It's okay. I kind of want to put it lower than Octopussy now that we talked about it more.
Really?
Yeah. There's part of me that's like, there's a part of me that feels that way. And I could go higher up, but it's just like,
you know what? God damn it. What
really drags the movie down for me is like when we start talking about the stakes and how like how the focus of the movie is just so like lost at the end of the movie, where I'm like, by the end of the movie, I'm like, I just do not care. I don't care about the villain's plot. The villains are so like bleh. I like Kara enough, but I don't care about her that much. And when I think about Octopussy and Thunderball and like even the other ones, like Octopussy, I'm like, at least we get the really good train stuff. We at least get a thing where we're like, I give a shit. And Maude Adams, I'm like, there's actually kind of an interesting history behind their dynamic. And the villain at least has like something ridiculous. Like I'm a little more focused. I'm like, oh, they're going to get rid of Détente. There's going to start a war. This movie, I'm like, what's their plan? Their plan is money and arms and killing Afghan soldiers.
As a post 9/11 American, I'm all about that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
But the only thing that like that maybe changes that is maybe Timothy Dalton's performance, because it's like, okay,
that's
we actually get that's the only thing. It's like we get a Bond that's a bit like a Bond that should be playing a person that should be playing this character versus somebody who's like, okay, you should have stopped a while ago, but now you're still going. That's how I feel, because the writing is so similar to Octopussy that I'm like, I feel like this is worse than Octopussy in those regards, unfortunately.
I thought it was interesting that you guys kept bringing up Octopussy, because I was thinking high end somewhere near Octopussy, low end above Diamonds Are Forever, but
fight me on it, man, because I'm not
in there.
Because the more we talk about it, but there's a lot of good stuff. That's what I was saying. Like there is a lot of good stuff in this movie that maybe like raises it a little bit. Where there's like these really good moments and there's really good acting.
All right. Let me throw mine out then, because if Nans is like as low as below Moonraker,
yeah,
and you're thinking below Octopussy,
I would say higher than lower, but. Okay. Octopussy would be the high end barrier.
Really, what it comes down for me is that like we go on nauseum about the plot and villains are what makes this movie great.
Just keep talking. Just keep going.
Shut
Just keep going. Just
I
keep
thought
going,
you said
please.
Bond nauseum.
Bond nauseum.
We go Bond nauseum.
We go at Bond nauseum.
That should be the name of this podcast.
Bond nauseum.
Bond nauseum.
You know, we go on and on talking about the plot and the villains. And there are times when I agree that like we should be talking about that. That might be strong, but then other things are like really tear the movie down. This is one of those movies where I'm like, the plot and the villains really kind of lower the movie a lot for me, because by the end of the movie, I'm like, I just don't care. Like I'm not invested. I don't care at all. And like, even there's those good moments, I'm just like, yeah, because every time I think about this movie, the things I think about the beginning, I think about Pushkin getting shot, I think about the Bond chase scene, and then I completely forget about Afghanistan.
Yeah.
I completely forget about, I completely forget about Whitaker. Like most of the time when I think about this movie, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Whitaker's in this movie.
Because there just isn't enough of any of those things.
No. And I forget about all of that stuff. When I think about Octopussy, I think about like the train sequence and the clown. And like, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That was part of the train sequence. He had to get the bomb. And like, there was that whole thing. And that was really cool. I remember all that stuff. And I hate doing that because I think a lot of people will say top 5 for sure. You know, top.
Well, we'll get to that because like, pretty much every comment we got was
exactly.
Like,
but a lot of people are like, this is the best Bond movie ever.
But it's all because of Dalton. Everybody's citing Dalton's performance. And that's indisputable. But at the same time, you know, I'm always the guy that's like, I'm looking at the story / plot and the bad guys. Back in the beginning, the first couple episodes, I was like, how do you fuck up Bond? Like, the performance of Bond is never really going to sway me because you can just, like, had they picked up Timothy Dalton and put him into GoldenEye, that movie automatically would have been better than this movie because this movie has a shit script. You know what I mean? So, like, all being the same, I don't really weigh in Bond's performance because it should be consistent. It's the same character through all these movies. Like I said, Bond never changes. So his performance doesn't weigh in. All the other stuff weighs in for me. Mostly story / plot and bad guy.
The only thing that's raised in the movie up for me is Dalton's performance, and I think the fact that the dynamic between him and Caro, whatever, it works enough for me that I'm like, okay, I'm okay with that. But that doesn't kill the movie for me. The action sequences are very good. So, but the why should I give a shit about this movie is not like, and what do the villains want to really like? Why?
Yeah.
There's not, the personal stakes really aren't.
There is zero bad guy motivation. Zero. Nothing. Like, because again, why is Pushkin at odds with Koskov? I mean, Koskov being a fake defector is supposed to make us hate him, but like that, it means nothing because it has no bearing on the plot other than this guy wants to buy weapons to fight Afghans. Why would Russia fight against that? I don't need to rehash my whole thing, but it's like there is nothing there. Whereas with the movies around it, like Secret Service, we know exactly what's going to happen. Thunderball, we know what's going to happen. Octopussy, we know what's going to happen. Live and Let Die, we know what's going to happen. We know exactly what's going to happen if Bond fails. Yeah. Whereas with this, a guy's going to make a little extra money to fight a war. I mean, it was a war in Afghanistan. Why is it so bad that they're going to fight it?
It's not so much that we don't know what's going to happen because we have a vague idea, but it's more or less like, is this really going to make a huge impact for me enough to care? And like, that's what's missing. And it's like, you can write a villain who's like a bad guy, but like if his goals don't have a specific thing that really makes us be like, oh crap, yeah, we need to get that. We need to get this, the Solex. We need to get you know, the plans for the thing. We need to stop the bomb. Like if it's not there, then I don't care. You know what I mean? Like it's just,
oh, he's just gonna go buy a yacht. Well, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so let me throw out mine then, because I mean I'm like, oh, I'm kind of feeling what you're saying. Let me just throw mine out though. My initial thought was number 9 below Secret Service, above Thunderball. My thought being the movie does lack luster and remembrance. It doesn't have an emotional hook like Secret Service, even if, I mean, again, I don't need to rehash why I think Secret Service's emotion fails, but it still at least has that emotional hook. I mean, every time I watch the movie, I still have the feels at that ending. And you have that whole idea of, exactly what's going to happen if Bond fails. Yes. Plus, I do like that he's, the whole thing about him being like, "F you, M, I'm going to go do this myself."
Story.
Like, all
there is
that
a
works.
story there.
There's a story there that works. Whereas with this, there's nothing.
It's all over the place.
But it's more competent than Thunderball, with our classic Thunderball having its plot conveniences and a shitty bad guy. And, it doesn't have the stupidity like the death of Fiona. Hang on. It doesn't have that stupidity like the death of Fiona, who was a better bad guy than dumbass fucking Largo.
Yeah.
But overall, you find it difficult to care about anybody in this movie other than maybe just Bond himself, which should be the case anyway. You care about Bond. You don't really care about anybody else, except maybe Pushkin, because he played Gimli.
Yeah.
In Lord of the Rings. Perhaps if we spent more time with our Bond girl before she enters the plot, she literally gets questioned by the KGB. She gets arrested, and then she just shows up at home. Had we gone in with her and seen her get questioned and see her get grilled and just realize that she's just like this naive, pretty little cello player, and then she meets up with Bond, and like, we needed more time with her. We needed more time with Whitaker. We needed more time with everybody, and as you pointed out in the past, McCurdy, what Michael G. Wilson seems to love to do is to introduce 30 characters to the point where you don't care about any of them, as opposed to 2 or 3 characters and really spend time with them and get to know them and appreciate them.
Wilson loves to do betrayals and people doubling back on each other, but the problem with that is now you're setting up these other things that you have to add to those betrayals so that they all work.
And they don't make sense. So-and-so betrayed so-and-so, and it doesn't make sense.
If you're like judging the movie and like, oh, this is really cool, it's complicated, and it like makes the movie seem more I'm not gonna.
Fascistic? Were you trying to say fascistic?
Sophisticated.
Sophisticated. Great. But so
makes the
so
movie
I was
seem
thinking
that way, but then you're not. It's just like it's a mess.
Like I said, he just throws so much at you that he hopes you won't question it. But when you do question it, it's like, well, and like you said, even if whether you question it or not, you might just be left with the idea of like, I just don't give a, like I just don't
That's
care.
how I feel. That's how I feel.
So yeah, my thought was number 9. But you lay out a really good case for lower, like, because Octopussy, even though Octopussy has ridiculousness and Thunderball has a bad guy, you still are led to care more, even if it's just caring about Octopussy herself or the people in Berlin, the base, or even with Thunderball just caring about Domino.
Is Largo compared to Koskov /
I think Largo's just the worst bad guy
But
ever.
like Largo, okay, so even if he's a bad guy, if he's like the shitty bad guy, at least his plot, his
plot makes sense. His plot's
like,
sense.
okay, it's very clear. He's gonna blow up. He's gonna create a bomb. It's gonna blow up Miami. It's gonna cause a bunch of chaos.
Yeah.
That's like totally within the Spectre realm. We're kind of on the Spectre story at that point, so we're kind of like, okay,
the Spectre spectrum.
The
I made that joke in the edit, so whatever.
That's
disregard.
It's good. I like
it's
it.
Good. It's good.
But like it works. But again, like even if he's stupid, it's like, okay, it's very clear. He's gonna set this bomb up. Bond has to stop the bomb. If he doesn't stop the bomb, all these people die. So I'm like, okay, I care. I'm all the water action sequences. I'm like, I'm in. I'm ready to go. Octopussy, same thing. Octopussy is just as complicated and convoluted, but at the end of the day, there's a bomb, and if we don't stop the bomb, people die. And Bond has to stop the bomb. Way before when we started, I'm like, I kind of had it in my head, right? I'm like, oh yeah, Living Daylights is like way up high on the list because Dalton's really good, and this is his first movie. And then I watched the movie, and then I'm like, wait a minute. I don't care about this movie.
About what's going on.
I do not care about this movie.
Number one argument I have with people all the time is that dumbass argument I hate, which is, sometimes I just want to turn my brain off and watch explosions. And I go, okay, that's bullshit. Because if I offered you movie A that has just explosions, or movie B that has story and explosions, you would only ever watch movie B. But then, and this came about with like the rise of the Transformers movies, where it was like, I just like robots punching each other. And I'm like, yeah, but wouldn't you rather have good story along with your robots punching each other? And so I constantly having this argument with people where I'm like, if you just want explosions, go to YouTube, type in things explode, and just watch that for a couple hours. Yeah. Why watch the movie at all? Well, I just want to see robots punching each other. Go to YouTube, type in robots punch each other, and you can watch that for a couple hours. But you go to a movie and you want a story that you're actually going to give a shit about to carry you from A to B. And to your point, this movie doesn't have that, and everybody wants to fall back on, well, Timothy Dalton's good. And it's like, yeah, but again, that's just like watching a bunch of explosions and pretending that that's a good story. And it's not. You want the good special effects, you want the good performances, but it needs to be wrapped up in a story that makes sense and doesn't leave you scratching your head or trying to give a shit.
And like, if I want to go back and be like, okay, like, all right, like, let me defend The Living Daylights, right? Like, what's like, is there a story in there that I'm not missing? Am I missing? Like, okay, there are a lot of people out there will say like overlooking into plot sometimes leads to like missing the point of the movie. And what I can see though is the movie's more about the relationship between him and Kara. But I don't care enough about it. Like, there's not.
It's not enough.
I'm just like, I see where
because
they're going.
Okay. Because Bond never really loved her until maybe the end.
Yeah.
Most of the movie, Bond is he's just operating undercover with her, and then I guess at some point they fall in love at the fair for no reason.
And it's like, it's kind of reminds me
of. Do you really believe that
Secret
Bond
Service?
is ever in love with her? Maybe when they're in Afghanistan and she's hitting him, but like, you really, just like with Romanova, she is more in love with Bond than Bond is in love with her. So the movie can't rely on their romance if Bond isn't carrying his end of the bargain.
Well, it's kind of like Bond is seeing what you guys are seeing. Like, maybe not necessarily in love with Kara, but loving the naivety that she has. And like, oh, I see the world on the daily, and you're like, oh my God, Austria.
Yeah. I've banged a woman in every city I've taken you to. I'm not afraid to admit it.
There's a good restaurant there.
I know a great restaurant in Karachi.
And hot women.
In there, so they got good hookers there.
Wow.
Sorry.
Sorry,
McCurdy, you've been saying
about
things. What are you saying?
On Her Majesty's Secret Service. And
we don't want to hear about Secret Service. But like, you, Nikolai, you and McCurdy should have your own date on a Ferris wheel where you talk about how awesome Secret Service is, and then a German guy asks if you want another ride. You fucks. Shut up about Secret Service. It's overrated.
Scott,
it's old and it's boring.
McCurdy, shut up.
Hey.
It's overrated.
What I'm saying though,
you're
is
lucky
like,
I don't push to put this movie above it.
But it's like they were trying to do that approach, and I know you're gonna say it's like, well, the love story doesn't work. Blah blah blah. Get fucked. But you know, it's like they try to do the same thing where it's like they're going on dates, and then there's like, but there's no moment where Bond's like, oh, you know, you're perfect. You're doing an amazing job. Like, you're perfect.
Remember in the opening of the movie where he was saying that if he got fired, he would love it? And then this was the perfect opportunity for him to fall in love and consider quitting his job. And they don't even tie those threads together.
No. So I don't care about this movie. Like, I want to care, but I want to care because I like...
To our point, it doesn't matter that there's a cool chase scene. It doesn't matter that Timothy Dalton is awesome, because he is, at least for me, as I've said every episode, it's like, for me, it comes down to story and bad guy. Even Kamala Khan, I think, is better than anybody in this movie. Bad guy wise,
it's just a better performance.
Like, you have Necros. Necros is a cool,
Necros is cool, but he's a henchman.
Style henchman. Yeah. But like,
throwing milk bottles,
but not enough. I did like that Necros had his own theme, like his own theme song was playing every time he killed somebody. The same song was playing in the 80s. Headphones.
That was good.
And then it was orchestrated at the end. That was fun. But again, like, none of this stuff is enough to elevate it. Because again, Thunderball has kind of been our little buffer for like somewhat
good,
less
bad.
competent movies are below it. And then like, if it's just competent at all, it's above that.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying that when it comes down to giving a shit,
I just don't care about this movie.
It's hard to give a shit.
I don't. It's like it's like they had all the best intentions, like every movie, but like they never were like, what makes a good Bond story? And unfortunately, the movie that going into it, A View to a Kill, was like, I still don't have great feelings about it, but like they understood.
It's still so much better than this movie.
People need diabolical villains, and you need a reason why Bond needs to come in and save the day. And this movie is like vague stakes. That's what Bond's facing in this movie is very vague.
Just distract the people, like distract everybody with some cool
it's like
stuff.
Someone is like
hope for the best.
Maybaum, who's like super old at this point, is like, Wilson, like we need to have stakes, and it's like it's vague. It's okay, old man. Like don't. Like here, let me finish typing this movie because I'm producer now and I can do whatever I want.
I'm not gonna fucking fight you, dude.
I want somebody to say like, are you wrong? Because I'm
I think you're right.
Our good old Ethan Blastoise Toys says, the last Cold War plot in the series, a great one, although as convoluted as Octopussy.
Not the last one. He's wrong about that. It's not the last Cold War plot, but keep going.
What is?
Goldeneye.
Well, actually, you're right because there's like a backstory.
Yes,
but it's technically post Cold War.
But it ties into the Cold War.
Yeah, it's like pre and post. But anyway, I'll put it right above Octopussy on your list. He doesn't say why though. Great soundtrack, chock full of great set pieces. The PTS. What is PTS? The PTS, the plane fight, helping Georgi defect, the milk carton bombing, using Pushkin's whore to distract Pushkin. Was that a... No, was it?
No, it's his wife.
That was Pushkin's wife.
Yeah, I think it's his
Yeah,
wife.
they seem to like each other.
Using Pushkin's whore to distract Pushkin and Dalton is great. Deemed a literary Bond. Deserved more outings. Yeah. K1 says, one of the best movies in the series until they get to Afghanistan. Then I forget everything that happens. That being said, the extraction from USSR at the concert is 10 out of 10. Ryan McCurdy says, you just hate Goldfinger.
I did.
Because he's an asshole.
I did.
To which QWERTY said, shut up, McCurdy. He was doing what Scott couldn't do.
McCurdy, shut up.
You're doing the same thing you did back at Goldfinger.
Fucking mouth.
Cyborg 800 2004 says, a top 6 film for me. It comes off as an ordinary formulaic Bond film, but everything is executed so competently.
I disagree with everything he just said. Because I feel like he's never watched all the Bond films. Because there's nothing formulaic about this movie. Okay, the scenes are complex. I'll give him that. The scenes are whatever.
The film is all around solid, but is really elevated by Timothy Dalton's performance. He isn't as intense as in License to Kill, which I actually slightly prefer to this film. What's that? I haven't heard of that movie. We haven't gotten there yet.
Never seen
but
that
he
one.
brings back some much-needed credibility to the role. Dalton isn't as magnetic as Connery or Moore, and that's a good thing. He's by far the most believable spy, along with Lazenby. Other than Dalton's fantastic performance, we have a strong final score from John Barry, a balanced selection of set pieces, and one of the most engrossing plots in the franchise.
People are liking the set pieces.
What? Even the somewhat limp third act still isn't bad. It just doesn't compare to the near-flawless first 2 acts, a criticism that can also be aimed at other Bond films considered to be the best. That goes against everything we've been talking about.
No.
Everything we've been talking about.
Okay, let's talk about the last, like the first, the films that are on the top of our list, right, are Goldfinger, From Russia with Love, and The Spy Who Loved Me. Goldfinger, we've talked about a bunch of times. At Bondyism. I'm going to start saying that. We talked about how basically
Bond nauseum.
We know that we know that if Bond does not just stop this bomb, he's gonna screw up the world economy, and that's a big bad, and like the people will get killed as well in the processes of it. So we know we know that that's a thing that we should care about, and it's like important to the plot. From Russia with Love is like a more personal story about getting the Lecter right. there's more to it than just that. It's a revenge tale for Spectre to get Bond, and obviously they fail at getting revenge on Bond, so there's all of that. Also getting Romanova out of the clutches of the KGB / Spectre. The thing that I wanted to point out, though, The Spy Who Loved Me, which was we talked about, it was a remake of You Only Live Twice, is that like, and it's always been a Spectre plot, is like, put the West against the East and make it look like it was a natural occurrence, but we're actually moving the chess pieces so that they fight each other. That's what this movie needed. And it felt like the pieces were there, they just didn't put that plot in motion. Like, they have the idea of like, oh, I'm going to make it look like they're going to start killing spies off, and so now we're going to start killing Russian spies.
Everything that Koskov says in that boardroom meeting was more interesting than what the plot turned out to be.
Exactly.
The movie that he was pitching, like, pretend he's a director and he's pitching a story to the Eon folks. He's like, Smirch-Spionum's coming back and it's going to start World War III. And instead, it just is about moving money around and buying guns. It's stupid. So to say that it's like a flawless plot goes against everything we've been saying. I don't agree with him. That's not true at all.
No.
This plot sucks, but it's full of like really awesome Bondy moments and a great performance that doesn't surpass. Again, it's like you can throw all that stuff at me all day, but if I don't care, it means nothing. Sneaky Bond says, because of its less memorable villains and lower key, somewhat complicated plot, yes, The Living Daylights is a movie that would either rise or fall based on the Bond actor's performance. Luckily, we have Timothy Dalton in the role. No matter the production, Dalton always has a unique screen presence, a kind of sophisticated intensity I assume he acquired as a stage actor. As a result, his Bond is cynical and harder-edged, yet classy and romantic. True. That complements the Cold War settings featured in The Living Daylights, and it contributes to the excellent chemistry between Bond and Kara. So yeah, Dalton's performance elevates this into my top 10. Beyond that, there's also John Barry's fantastic score and a number of great set pieces, including the pre-title sequence, the car chase, and pretty much any fight with Necros. Again, that's all true, other than the fact that
it's true for
Bond
the second,
and Kara,
like everything in the top's true.
Yeah.
Bond and Kara isn't like, if this movie was just about Bond and Kara, yeah. Totally, but
they complicate it and overstuff it.
It doesn't take their story and elevate it. Like again, I'm sorry to keep citing Casino Royale, but it's the best case of a Bond romance that we have to date. I'm breaking my own rule, but I'm doing it for a purpose. It's like their romance was wrapped up in the plot. This is wrapped up in a plot that just doesn't add anything. Unfortunately. So, like everything he said is true, other than the fact that the plot is good. It's like the movie is weighed down by its plot. Snus and Whiskey says, to me, The Living Daylights is one of the middle movies, not one of the best and not one of the worst. The Living Daylights, in my opinion, is a quite overlooked movie by the general audience. It lies between A View to a Kill and License to Kill that are more memorable movies. Being a fan of campy Bond, I still have to say that I enjoy The Living Daylights. I assume he means the pre-title sequence is one of
that's what it was. PTS. Okay, pre-title sequence.
Not preteen skank.
Oh,
that Urban Dictionary led me to believe.
Okay, Blastoise. The pre-title sequence is one of the best in the whole series, and the soundtrack is great. The ice chase and the fight with Necros are also memorable. However, the characters are quite lame and forgettable, to be honest. The villains and the Bond girl are very dull and non-memorable, and Dalton's Bond doesn't work well with a gadget car, as Connery and Moore's Bond did. So a good Bond movie, but with some more memorable characters and more threatening villains, this movie would have been much higher ranked for me.
I kind of agree with what he's saying. Like, yeah, I'm pretty much kind of on board where he's at. I don't know where his rankings are, but yeah, I'm
We're starting to see the commonalities between the comments, which are like, Dalton's cool.
It's in my top whatever
sucks.
Because Dalton's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think people are so attached to Dalton the actor, knowing that not only did he do this movie, he's done other movies, so he never got weighed down with being like James Bond.
They're attaching him to the next one, it sounds like. And everyone acknowledges, yeah, the plot's like convoluted and dumb.
The movie's bad, but Dalton's good. It's like, we're here to judge the movie. Cabe Netcore says, for me, the first half or so of The Living Daylights is the closest to my platonic ideal of a faithful Ian Fleming adaptation. Not in terms of literal translation, but in capturing the feel and mood of a lot of Fleming's work. and comes the closest to capturing my mental image of the literary Bond. I probably overrate the movie and admit it's not even a top 5, but in a vacuum, the first half is just so good, so Cold War, and so Fleming-esque that it's a favorite.
Cold War is cool.
No, I get what he's saying, though. I can agree with, again, like I've said, the beginning of the movie is one of the more memorable parts of the movie. Yeah, you'll probably watch it the most because you watch the beginning of the movie.
Had the defection been real, it would have been
the defection
fantastic.
sequence, not the Gibraltar stuff, but the defection sequence, I remember probably the most out of that movie where they put him in the pipeline and all that stuff. I like that scene, actually. So I get what he's saying as far as that feeling more like a Bond book rather than the rest of the movie.
Gamer Grill 95 says, well, there are a few stinkers and a few absolute pieces of gold. This one is neither. It's one of the many solid good ones. It checks every box I can imagine in the Bond film formula. Opening action scene in a interesting locale, gadgets, car chase, intimidating lackey, campy villain in Whitaker, falling from great heights, light humor, a small plot twist, and a large battle near the end. It embodies the formula perfectly, but also does nothing to really stand out from the crowd. Okay, it has the pieces of the formula, but they don't congeal.
The puzzle pieces are there, but they're not assembled into a nice picture.
Yellow Army 79 says, it's not without its flaws. The villains are a real problem and come across as pretty goofy and no match for Bond. Koskov is okay and plays the sleazeball character well, but it needed Whitaker to be a stronger character, and he just doesn't get enough screen time to do that. Nodding my fucking head. The plot is rather complicated and a little underwhelming, yes. Despite this, The Living Daylights is a great Bond film. Dalton is terrific and has a great chemistry with Kara. Their romance feels very believable and elevates the film. There's some great action scenes, and it plays out as a proper old-fashioned spy thriller. It's definitely in my top 5 Bond films at this moment. A lot of top 5, a lot of people saying top 5. Yeah, they're like, this movie sucks and is in the middle.
This movie sucks. Top 5. Because Tim Dalton.
Just like last time, all anybody could say was like, well, Sean Connery's really great. It's like, this time it's Timothy Dalton's really great. It's like, yes, but unfortunately, this amazing titan of an actor was handed the worst possible starter script for his breakout into the role. And it's a goddamn crime. It's depressing. But and I don't know if he had any say in the matter. I wonder if he read it and he was like, this doesn't make any sense.
This plot sounds rather far-fetched, sir.
I think someone like that is going to be like, okay, I'm getting this huge role. Like, who gives a shit what the script is? You know what I mean? Like, it's a big opportunity. But he read all 14
books and he doesn't have anything to say? I don't know. I don't know. It's unfortunate. Maybe he just trusted that, like, maybe the script made more sense.
Like, it'll come together
and
in editing.
It all got just destroyed.
But, to be fair, if you're reading the books, if you're thinking about, like, at least the only book that I have read is Casino Royale and Live and Let Die. Those books don't really have, like, these huge, giant stakes like some of the movies do, because that works really well in a movie. In a novel, you can get away with more character stuff because you're in the character's head.
Yeah.
So, like, I could see him being like, okay, well, I'm reading these books, so I'm really in the character's head, and this is kind of the vibe as what was the books. And that is, like, kind of just a very vague sense of what actually kind of does happen between two countries that are at odds with each other, but not actually going to war. And in that realm, this plot kind of makes sense in that. But as far as a movie goes, if I'm going to a movie, I want to be entertained and I want to be thrilled and I want to care about what's going on. If you can't do those things, you're not going to win me over to really liking this movie.
On that downer note, I'm going to throw in the Bond jokes real quick, which there's just 2, which is he got the boot.
He got the boot.
And he met his Waterloo.
He met his Waterloo.
It's a history joke. He got the boot. It has to go to he got the boot, but it's weak. Whatever. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like we haven't had a good Bond joke in a while. It kind of makes me want to.
I think you've had your 8. Now here, have my 80 is probably more memorable than either of those.
That was cool.
For
that
sure.
One speaks out, and you're like, I know that one.
yeah. You know. But anyway, after all of that, though. You're swaying me to put it below Octopussy.
I think that makes sense.
I think it makes total sense.
I'm on the verge of saying, like, I could see it going above Octopussy too.
But why? Why would it be above Octopussy?
I don't know.
Why? Because of Timothy Dalton?
Because Timothy Dalton's really good.
Top 5, Tim Dalton.
I'm gonna put it in Nan's hands. I could put it above Octopussy because of Dalton's performance and because of like the relationships and because there are some really good action sequences in this movie.
Nans, where are you at?
I think McCurdy made a good point earlier about just below Octopussy. As you guys remember, enjoyed Octopussy going into the recording. Not that I dislike this movie, but ranking it against all the others, I think below Octopussy makes sense and above Live and Let Die. When I look at Live and Let Die, like, of course, the only thing that pops into my head is him expanding and exploding, which like then makes me think, oh. But
it's like my biggest sin. I refer to it constantly. I'm such a broken record, but it's such a horrible sin.
So,
your bad guy's death. Like, at least with this, our bad guy's deaths are satisfactory.
Yeah.
Necros, satisfaction.
One happens off screen.
One happens off screen, but like you're talking about Koskov, but at least it's such a great moment. Russia. Like Pushkin in the diplomatic bag. It's perfect.
Yeah. Put him on the next plane to Moscow.
Oh, thank you, General. Thank you so much. Thank you.
In the diplomatic bag.
Yeah. I love it. And then obviously Whitaker gets crushed by a British general that he basically just called a pussy.
Should have known you'd take refuge behind that British vulture Wellington.
Really satisfactory bad guy deaths.
What I would compare these two movies, though, if I compared Live and Let Die and this movie, is that both are dealing with like more financial stakes
and drugs
and like not drugs specifically, but it's more about if they lose, the villains get money, and like I don't in a Bond film that doesn't really like people's lives. People's lives need to be at stake for me to really give a shit.
It would have been so simple for them to be like, the Mujahideen or whatever, they're going to get slaughtered and we should care. This village, all our women and children are going to get slaughtered. But that would have been great, but we don't get that.
He didn't save the day necessarily. He just kind of stopped an arms deal and some money exchange and like the potential of something bad happening, but we're not really specifically why, because all we see is a bunch of soldiers. We don't see any women or and that's what sucks is like, I hate doing the whole like, but what about the children? But why do I care about a bunch of dudes just in the desert? If Bond and Kara spent time with like the villagers and we actually saw the women and children and all that, like I would care. I'd be like, this is why this matters.
There's even that one dude that Bond points out.
I hope he's not invited to dinner.
I hope they're not bringing him to dinner because he's just randomly beating people. Like, these people are assholes and we're supposed to care.
It's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but beyond that, it's like, I don't really care about you guys.
I almost want Koskov to succeed. Like, yeah, dude, your country should keep persecuting the Afghans. Fuck it. What do I care? What do I care? Unless I see you genociding them, and then I'll root for them. But all I see is a bunch of assholes who eventually became the Taliban.
Just to be clear, we're talking about movies and like the science and like the visual aspects of like when you watch a movie, you need to have A, B, and C for us to actually like emotionally care. Not like that's what you actually are thinking, but like you need to have these things if you're writing if you're like writing this thesis, if those things aren't in there, then I'm not gonna care.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna care. But if those things are in there, that's great. I'm not talking about like the real world. I'm talking about this movie.
Bond, if you don't blow up that bridge, they're gonna slaughter everybody. And we don't get that. And the irony is that this movie is over 2 hours long, but we never spend enough time with anybody to give a shit about them.
Yeah.
Other than maybe Pushkin because he played Gimli in Lord of the Rings.
That's true.
I think 11's a comfortable spot.
So I'm going to lock it in. Here's the full list. And zoop, we're slipping in the Living Daylights. So from now on, I'm just going to read these super fast. We got Goldfinger, From Russia with Love, The Spy Who Loved Me, The Man with the Golden Gun, Dr. No, A View to a Kill, For Your Eyes Only, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Thunderball, Octopussy, Welcome the Living Daylights to number 11, Live and Let Die, Moonraker, Diamonds Are Forever, You Only Live Twice. Below Octopussy, above Live and Let Die. This one ended up being a lot harder than we thought, and for the opposite reason that I expected. I wasn't expecting a fight to push it down, but everybody on the internet is going to fry us because they're like, top five, Timothy Dalton. But like, again, we're just going to pretend that they meant top 5 Timothy Dalton movies.
Not very many characters in the Bond franchise other than like the top, like the main 3, M and Moneypenny and Q, have continued. But this one character kind of got its own little subplot and story and kind of kept going throughout the more films and ended up being his last film. And that was General Gogol, who we first saw in The Spy Who Loved Me, and as slowly but surely kind of became more and more of like an ally, a part of Russia, coming towards our side of things and kind of creating that peace between worlds, so to speak. So this is to Walter Gottel. Did I redo that? Yeah. This is to Walter Gotell, who played General Gogol in these films.
To Gogol, the window into détente, the man who humanized Russia back when it was really hard to do so.
And not to mention, he has been here from the beginning because this actor was in
From Russia with Love.
From Russia with Love as well.
Welcome to Spectre Island!
Welcome to Spectre Island. Exactly 1 minute 52 seconds. That's excellent.
Spectre Island.
And he was the goofy dude with the blade that came out of his boot.
Yes.
So, to General Gogol. Let's talk about murder! License to Kill brings us back into the personal world of James Bond, who is on leave from service to Her Majesty's government to serve instead as Felix Leiter's best man at his wedding. The CIA frontman's ceremony is briefly delayed when the DEA pulls him away to aid in the capture of Franz Sanchez, the Bond-verse equivalent of the cocaine kingpin Pablo Escobar. Bond and Felix succeed in capturing their target, only to have him immediately escape custody and circle back to the Leiters to feed Felix to a shark and viciously murder his new wife, Della, who, to her credit, lasted a lot longer than Bond's wife by several hours. Bond swears revenge and goes rogue in order to avenge his friend and take down Sanchez and his sprawling empire of drugs and corruption. And it's fucking awesome!
Wait, you liked this movie?
Charlie loves this movie.
If you like blood and murder and blood and
Speaking
more
of
murder...
blood, I was caught off guard. I didn't... have all other movies been PG and this one was PG-13 or something? Because it definitely was cranked up.
Well, as we mentioned, the first PG-13 movie ever was Temple of Doom.
Yeah, so Temple of Doom and Gremlins, I think, were both.
This must be the first one. This one is so violent. Somebody commented previously, I forgive me, I can't remember who it was, but they said something like, do you agree with Barbara Broccoli, who said that this movie was unnecessarily violent? And I just want to say, Barbara, just sit down. It's awesome. It's so awesome. They put Benicio del Toro in a meat grinder.
I was a little...
and he's screaming, and there's like...
There's a lot of dust,
mist
cocaine
all around
dust
him.
or whatever, but...
Yeah, it's amazing.
So let me get into it. So License to Kill represents a lot of things to the Bond franchise. In some respects, is the end of an era for a large portion of the Eon family. This film would be the first to have a completely original title, so it's not taken from any of the books. There's no book titled License to Kill. Granted, yes, it's a reference to the fact that he has a license to kill. But it's a completely original story with influences taken from the Hildebrand Rarity short story, which we kind of mentioned in For Your Eyes Only, and Live and Let Die, specifically, like the shark biting Felix was from that book.
What did they pull from the other book? The Hildebrand thing that I've never read.
Oh, you know what it was? It was Milton, the guy gets exploded.
Crest.
He's in that book. That's what it was.
Nice, cool.
Yes. So our favorite screenwriter and convoluted producer, well, he's more convoluted screenwriter than producer, admits that this film takes many cues from Akira Kurosawa's film Yojimbo and its Italian Western remake, Sergio Leone, Fistful of Dollars. In both those films, the hero creates mistrust within the villain's organization, pits foes against foes to come out on top. You definitely see that in this movie. It's more of a revenge movie, which is kind of nice that they pulled from something outside the Bond universe for this movie. I thought was kind of cool. And then, of course, it also, putting people into compression chambers and watching them explode. It's fun stuff.
Somebody explodes in this movie? And it's not terrible. They don't fart a bunch before they explode in a bloody mess. Remember Scott saying that in Live and Let Die, he literally blows up like a balloon.
And there's no blood.
With no blood or anything. No. And so it's funny, but with this, it's
like a Disney
gritty
movie.
And real and disturbing.
Now we actually have blood.
And kind of over the top.
Once again, bad guys screaming for their life before they just die horribly. It's just fantastic.
So this film was originally titled Licensed Revoked, but they changed it because most Americans, when we think of licenses, we think of driver's license. And so it's kind of in their eyes, they're like, that sounds like a silly title. Like, Bond got his driver's license revoked.
I'm not going to go see that movie. There won't be any chase scenes in it because Bond doesn't have a driver's license.
Welcome to McCurdy's round of names that he will mispronounce. Carrie Lowell plays Pam Bouvier.
Bouvier.
I think it was, but yeah, Bouvier. It's French, right?
Bouvier.
French name. The scene with Bond, having him, it's like, yo, buy some clothes, bitch. I haven't drank enough.
Yep.
Here, buy yourself some decent clothes.
So she actually had short hair, and if you watch the movie, obviously she's wearing a wig in the beginning of it.
I saw her in the beginning. I was like, oh boy, here's Charlie's girl.
If she's my girl, it's because she always just starts blasting.
Oh, you're dead.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
She's awesome.
And she can throw men over herself.
Yeah, that part's obviously stupid because she weighs, I don't know, she weighs $1.25 at the most. She probably is under 100 pounds.
Well, maybe
but
the Game of
otherwise,
Thrones
she just starts
mountain
blasting.
could do that
she
to
just,
somebody.
One of the best parts is when Benicio says, "You're dead," and she just caps him. It's awesome. She's just always blasting fools. I love her.
She came into the audition with like a leather jacket and like jeans, so like you can kind of tell that she's a little tomboyish, but I think she's fucking badass.
You just said like 3 times in a row.
You know what? I like her. So
I like her too. Like literally, like for real.
Let's talk about Sanchez. We got Robert Davi plays Sanchez. Davey is a method actor, so he learned how to do scuba diving and did the Columbia accent. Probably did cocaine.
Oh, dude, look him up today. His nose is about 4 times bigger.
Oh wow!
Maybe it was all the cocaine he hoovered up in this production.
I was upset no one was high in this movie.
Davey, he'd also helped cast Talicia Soto, who plays Lupe, his mistress, and he played. I didn't look this up. I'm assuming he played Bond in the screen test, and I think that's what it was. But there were several candidates, and he told the producers like I'd kill for her, and he does so in the movie because he kills a bunch of people because she sleeps with other people.
What did he promise you? His heart? Give her his heart.
No.
That was part of his method thing. Was he started killing producers?
It's like I will kill for her. If you sleep with her, I will kill you.
We also have to point out in the last movie we had Necros, who was in Die Hard, and here we have Johnson and Johnson.
I'm Agent Johnson. This is Special Agent Johnson.
Oh, how you doing?
No relation.
We have Davey alongside Grand L. Bush. That is his name. Grand L. Bush is his name. He appears as Hawkins in the beginning of the movie.
But I think I'm gonna be home soon, huh?
Why, you get hold of yourself.
Yes, they're both Agents Johnson and Johnson, who played in a movie just a year before this movie came out.
No relation.
No relation. David Hinson, I think that's how you pronounce it, right? Hinson? Hetson? He returns as Felix Leiter, and up until this point, he's the only actor to reprise the role of James Bond's American correspondent. He was in Live and Let Die, is the last time you might remember him.
You what? Get me a making a white pimpmobile.
It's kind of jarring because he's like super old in comparison to Bond in this one.
On the subject of Leiter, is he CIA still and gets pulled in by DEA, or
No,
he is now DEA
in this movie,
Okay.
which I think is
Are you
one
sure
of the,
about that?
Yes. In this movie, he's like, he used to be CIA, and now he's DEA.
Did they say that, though? Because he
Yes.
just says, my partner's in the DEA.
My partner's at the DEA.
Yeah, I think he moves into the DEA. That's what I took in the film.
That would make sense. He's kind of slowing down, getting married.
But for him to
Move into the DEA,
seems kind of
yeah.
odd versus being a CIA contact for the DEA and working with them. That's how
Just like
I've
a
always seen it,
consultant
but I
or
don't know.
something.
But we got to, on the note of Felix, though, we got to talk about how this is just oddly a spiritual successor to Live and Let Die, as you kind of touched on a little bit there. You have things like Felix, right? The same Felix and a drug plot.
Yeah.
Live and Let Die was
You have explosions.
it was heroin, right?
People exploding.
This is cocaine.
Heroin. Now we got cocaine. We have Quarrel back in the form of Sharky. That is Quarrel.
I think that's interesting because it reminded me of like the first meeting of Bond. His first group of allies is Felix, Quarrel, and Bond and Dr. No. And so this movie, it's like the same kind of band. Essentially, Sharky's basically Quarrel.
Sharky is Quarrel.
Yeah. And he even has a boat and everything.
100%, because the bait/fish shop from the novel Live and Let Die is the main thing that they cut out and throw into this, which includes Felix being mangled by a shark and a note that says he disagreed with something that ate him. All of that. Quarrel, bait shop, Felix being eaten, all of that is in the book Live and Let Die. So it's just really interesting that they would then bring back the same Felix from Live and Let Die. They had to have been aware of what they were doing there. And I find it really interesting that they've essentially run out of books at this point. Somewhat. But for the most part, they have. So they're just kind of pilfering things from here and there. Oh, we never used this, so let's take it out of this and throw it over here.
Because a lot of
use
these
this
books,
here,
they just took the titles and the character names and were like, we're not going to use the plots because some of the plots just don't work for action movies. So we're going to just make up our own plots, essentially.
Yeah.
And maybe take things that we like. But now they're
And
going
back
back
in
and
making
pulling
Live and Let
things.
Die, they weren't going to do a keel hauling scene because they just didn't need to. And
they probably
then
couldn't.
Later, they
didn't know-
make use of it in For Your Eyes Only.
Yeah.
You know, they're just kind of taking stuff from here and throwing it over there. It's almost like you could watch Live and Let Die and then watch License to Kill and their spiritual sequels. You could watch them back to back.
Here's a bunch of names that were in movies that you've probably seen. You've got Benicio del Toro. This is like earliest role. You know, is Dario.
Benicio, yeah.
Benicio.
Go ahead.
We got Wayne Newton.
Bless your heart.
Okay.
Because he likes Bond movies and was like, yo, put me in a movie. And they're like, sure.
Our goal today is to raise $22,000 from each of our meditation chapters.
You can be the cult leader. Here you go.
It was just great. When Sanchez says,
This guy cracks me up.
Bless
I'm like,
your
yeah,
heart.
totally, dude. He cracks me up. He's so good, and just that little detail. It's not so little, but that he's a pervert. He's just a shameless pervert is great. It's so good.
Tell me, child, have you ever thought of studying here?
Would that be possible?
Come along, let's see if you have the aptitude. I did have it soundproof, so nothing will disturb our meditation.
That's something about this movie I find interesting because in The Living Daylights, we were saying how there are so many characters and it detracts. But in this movie, there are just as many, if not more, and it works. You don't need any more time with any of these people because they all work in their own way. Even the cult leader is in a couple of scenes, and you don't need any more than that. He's great. Because at the top, you have Sanchez, and there's so much of Sanchez that works. That you don't need any more time with anybody else. And by the end of this movie, it's like Hamlet. Everybody just dying one by one. It's just, Clearly, I like
Charlie
this movie.
loves this movie. Charlie really loves it. And then I'm gonna butcher the crap out of this name. Carrie Hiroki Tagawaga.
Sure, sounds good to me.
He plays Quan, the Hong Kong narcotics guy. You probably best know him from Your Soul Is Mine.
Your soul is mine. Your brother's soul is mine.
Mortal Kombat, which coincidentally has another double actor appearance because it's got Lupe in it.
Remember my words.
Kitana, that's enough. You disappoint me. You're not very wise.
And then finally, if you remember, do you remember our favorite Bond ally from Russia with Love?
Ali Karim Bey.
Because Pedro Armadeus Jr., his son,
All of my key employees are my sons.
So it is!
plays the president of the Republic of Isthmus in this film. So he's back. He's not back. He's spiritually, his son is back.
He complains about his paycheck.
There's been a mistake with my check. Look at it. It's half the usual amount.
Not bad for a man who started life breaking chains and bending bars with his teeth in a circus. You'll just have to wait. This is an old friend of mine, and it tells me something smells. Go home.
I saw that name in the credits, and I thought, did he come back to life? Did he survive that helicopter crash / shotgun blast to the chest?
He died of cancer. Oh, no, he shot
Remember he
himself. I
killed
can't
himself?
remember. Yes, he shot himself.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, what we're talking about is Pedro Armendáriz was Karen Bay back in From Russia with Love. And if you didn't watch that episode, the guy had cancer the entire time they were shooting From Russia with Love. And then he
killed himself.
He blew himself away with a shotgun. Anyway, speaking of spotting interesting things in the credits, the jewelry from this movie, did you guys spot this? Sheila Goldfinger.
Interesting.
Does she have a company called Goldfinger?
Maybe Sheila's shown up in other movies and I never caught it, but the name Goldfinger certainly pops up, highlighted when you see it in these credits.
Like I said before, this film marks the end for many in the franchise. After directing 5 films in a row, John Glenn, this is his last movie that he directs. Actor Robert Brown as M and Caroline Bliss as Moneypenny. This is both their last films. Richard Maybaum, who wrote Dr. No and many of the other movies and pretty much kind of set the standard for most of the Bond films. This is his last film. He'll die in 91, so about 2 years after this film comes out. Maurice Bender, who did all of the title sequences for all these movies from Dr. No till now. This is his last movie, and he also will pass away in 1991, 2 years after this film is released. And then you have probably most noteworthy, yes, Timothy Dalton. We all know this is his last movie, and we'll talk about Timothy Dalton. But most noteworthy, this is Albert R. Broccoli's last film, the owner and co-creator of Eon Productions. This is his last film that he is producing. So this movie kind of marks the end of a huge era.
So who the hell are we going to toast to tonight?
I know. It's like you got this huge group of people that it's like, yeah, this is their last movie, and
we're each going to do a keg stand and just shout all their names.
Yeah. So it's a lot of people who kind of, they've been doing these movies since the 60s. It's time for a lot of these people to either retire or for various reasons we'll get to, and I think the next episode as to why things went the way they did. But yeah, this is the end of a long run for a lot of these people. So Nathan, is this your first time seeing License to Kill? And how did you receive this movie?
I received it well. I really liked it.
I knew it. I knew this guy would come in going, I thought his one-word review would be, it's great.
It's great.
Quite good.
He went even beyond that. That was so many words. Wow. That was about a dozen words you used to describe this movie. So this one's going to be kind of tough for me because in my personal list, I believe it goes From Russia with Love, License to Kill, Goldfinger. And the fact that Goldfinger's at the top with From Russia with Love below it, for me, I'm just going to say right off the bat, and then we'll get into some fun discussion. I'm going to struggle with this one because I love me some From Russia with Love, but I think this is the first movie really that we should consider putting at the top. For everything we always argue about, there's really nothing other than some bullshit McCurdy's gonna bring up because he's an
there's
asshole.
some
He's
bullshit
a Debbie
in this
Downer
movie.
and
Okay,
a blanket.
But
and all
listen,
that.
Charlie, I'm gonna just tell you because you're just gonna be like, no, it has to be up there. You're wrong, McCurdy. It's just story. That's the only thing that matters in movies. Like if it had a good story, even if the acting and the cinematography is ass, and there's a couple of like kind of weird writing that's in there, and it's like over the top. Like it's still the best Bond movie.
So much.
For me, I'm just like whatever. Like if you want to put it at the top, whatever. But I think I'm not necessarily compelled to be like it's better than Goldfinger or From Russia with Love.
It's tough.
Maybe not better
it's honestly
than From Spy Who Loved Me, because I'm like it's somewhere up there.
This is a very different Bond movie. This goes back to The Man with the Golden Gun when I said that movie is all about the personal world of Bond, and it has a lot less to do with Her Majesty and all that stuff. That comes back in halfway through. Doesn't matter. What it comes down to is Bond versus Scaramanga. Mano y mano.
You kill my friend. I came in like I usually do with not a concrete idea of where exactly, but I'm quite sure top 3. And I was kind of weighing whether or not it should be number 1. And I was hoping you two would kind of bat me between you guys to settle me into my final spot.
I want to start off talking about stakes because we got a lot of comments after The Living Daylights about, well, guys, not every movie has to have big world-ending stakes. Listen, you can go back and watch the For Your Eyes Only episode where we specifically talked a lot about stakes. I said in that episode that I love the big stakes movies, but I prefer and really savor the small stakes stories like The Man with the Golden Gun and For Your Eyes Only. And now License to Kill is in that same category. And with Living Daylights, we weren't arguing that the stakes should have been bigger, simply that there should have been stakes full stop. There just weren't any stakes. So everybody thought we were saying that stakes weren't big enough. We were saying, no, there just weren't any at all. So that movie has no consequence for Bond's failure. Both Dalton movies, coincidentally, Bond destroys a shit ton of drugs. But here, the drug plot, and therefore the confusion as to why Bond would be involved with a drug plot like in Live and Let Die. With this, it's answered decisively by Bond's vendetta against Sanchez for killing Della and maiming Felix, obviously. The drugs mean nothing within this context other than they happen to be the bad guy's main occupation. They're secondary. Bond doesn't stab all those keys of cocaine because he wants to save the kids or something. He just wants to f*** up Sanchez and his operation, which all comes full circle when Hong Kong Narcotics gets pissed at him for messing up their infiltration of his network.
We're Hong Kong Narcotics, you bastard! Sanchez is taking us to the heart of his operations. I've been setting it up for years.
For them, it's about the drugs. For Bond, it's about Sanchez. And as Bouvier says,
There's more to this than your personal vendetta.
So he's just this chaotic force just trying to make himself feel better and avenge his buddy, and he's messing up normal drug busting and all that.
Leave it to the Americans. It's their mess. Let them clear it up.
Sir, they're not going to do anything.
I think my general issues, and this going back to what we talked about with Goldfinger.
Okay, pause. Just FYI, as usual, McCurdy is misspeaking. He means The Man with the Golden Gun, but whatever, he'll do it again.
Is this a Bond movie or is this some other kind of movie?
Yeah.
And what it really boils down to is when you take a character and that character is known for a certain, what's the word I'm looking for? Jurisdiction. You expect a certain type of film, or it plays in a certain realm. Not to say that this movie doesn't play with that realm, but it definitely takes some liberties with specifically putting the DEA in Felix's court and kind of pulling that, making that the strings to try to change the trajectory of this being a spy movie and more of a revenge assassination drug movie. To me, it's like if you were to take a Batman movie and say, instead of Batman fighting crime in Gotham, Batman's going to stop a meteorite, right? Like that's the kind of thinking this movie does with the character. It's like, well, we're going to instead do, instead of putting our hero, James Bond, in a plot that either deals with the Cold War with the Russians or a megalomaniac guy who wants to pit people against each other or destroy the world, whatever. Instead, we're going to have him fight drug cartel. That's the one weird thing about this movie that really kind of, I watch it. I don't hate the movie. It just slightly turns me off about it. It doesn't feel like a James Bond movie.
Bond is a spy, and that's kind of what we need to discuss here. Bond's a spy, and Goldfinger and From Russia with Love have all the spy craft, but he's also an assassin, and this is a full-blooded assassination plot. So it's hard to say it's not a Bond movie when it has not only all the Bond elements.
You will accept my resignation, effective forthwith.
Just like in Secret Service, it's him quitting the service because he wants to go take care of some personal business. In On Her Majesty's Secret Service, he had no reason to quit. He just, for some reason, wanted to go after... We talked about how him wanting to go after Blofeld would have made more sense if Blofeld had already killed his wife. With this, we have that. We have... And it's all sold in that moment where he screams out, Della. Della! It's all Tim Dalton. The guy nails the emotionality that you want for that, like you were saying in the last episode, McCurdy, that when Saunders dies, and in that moment, Tim Dalton rocks. But for you, you're saying, I don't care about Saunders. With this, that moment that he has with Della, full props to Tim Dalton for nailing that.
With the last movie, people will criticize me and be like, well, yeah, but they have that moment. I'm like, yes, but that is all built off the fact that Saunders is this, like, you know, book, whatever you want to call him. You know, he's just
a butthead. He's a butthead.
He's just a butthead the entire time until that scene prior when he actually helps Bond. And then you're just like, good, you know.
Yeah, you're right that it turns on a dime.
Good on him. But this movie, Della, the first time we see Della, the first time we see Felix, we know that Bond loves these guys, like, in a very endearing thing, because Felix is like his buddy that he's had throughout all these adventures.
The American CIA sent a man down to work the Strangways. A fellow by the name of Leiter. Do you know him?
I heard of him.
Also, you know, obviously, the first scene we see with him and Della, it's like, yeah, they have this really interesting relationship.
That's a custom. You see, the bride always gets to kiss her best man.
I thought it was the other way around.
Oh.
What do they call that again? They call it a thruple. A couple that's three people is a thruple, and so maybe Bond, Felix, and Della had a thruple going on?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But we know that Bond cares, and like, if I'm going to talk well about this movie, one thing I really like about it, it goes back to one of my favorite Bond movies, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, because there's that scene where...
The next one who catches this is the next one who...
No. Thanks, Della. It's time I left.
Oh, James. Can I say something wrong?
He was married once, but it was a long time ago.
McCurdy gets his Tracy Bond reference.
He knows it's a gesture of goodwill, but like it's a lot of that means a lot to him, because that's a lot of pent up emotions, because he knows that, like, I was married, it didn't end well.
Many lady friends, but married only once. Wife killed.
All right, you've made your point.
You're sensitive, Mr. Bond.
About certain things, yes.
And so when Della gets killed, it's like reliving all of that over again.
Della!
It's Tracy, he's now dead again. Della's his like, Della, in a way, he's looking at it like, this happened to my buddy Felix. You know, I dealt with this. Sanchez is going down. You know what I mean? Like, that's the best thing about this movie, I think, for sure. I won't argue with that.
It's all communicated in that look when he, Della, and runs in. That is such a heavy moment, even for Della, who we haven't known for more than 5 minutes, but it works so well because of Big Timmy Bond. You know, he's just rock steady. Again, though, I will reiterate my point that Della lasted a lot longer than Tracy did. Tracy was about 15 minutes. They also handle the moment with a little more class, probably a lot more class, because First off, it's not that big a deal, but I've just never really liked that they have some donut cop pull up next to him. And then they put this sad music over, and it's a really emotional moment. And then it's like 2, 3, 4. Tracy is dead. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead. And Tracy's dead. Tracy's dead. Tracy is dead. She's fucking dead. Tracy's dead. You know, and you know, you're walking out of the theater going, what? What's happening? But with this, it's heavy. And then he goes in the next room and he finds his best friend and he thinks he's dead too. And then he finds the note. I will say, though, that the odd thing about all of that, because I think that's all handled so well, the weird thing is that fast forward to the end of the movie and Bond has just completed his vendetta. He's covered in blood and all that. And he's, I've avenged Della. And then he's on the phone with Felix, and Felix is like, hey, buddy, did you take out that guy who killed my wife?
I'll be up to see you next week. We'll do some fishing.
Good. I'll be out by then. M called.
He tried to reach you.
Hey, can I get some Jell-O in here, please? Yeah. Hey, so anyway, we're going to go fishing soon, right?
Oh, my God.
There should have been a scene where he goes and visits Felix, and he says, I got him. I got him, buddy. And the two of them have a moment. But instead, hey, buddy, we're going to go on vacation soon, right? We'll probably get some too, right? I mean, I'm single again. Why not? Hey, can you bring Lupe and that other big bosom you've been on an adventure with? Maybe we'll all go fishing with Sharky. Oh, no, Sharky's dead. We got to find a new quarrel to take us fishing. It's so weird. It's such a weird ending.
I knew I was like going into this and I'm like, God damn it, Charlie's just going to like be huge boner for this movie, for the story. And I'm not disagreeing with any of your points when it comes to that specific part of the story. I also like, I also like a lot of the Fistful of Dollars stuff where he's basically screwing Sanchez's organization up. I actually like all that stuff.
Those men tried to kill me. Who would do such a thing? Someone close to you.
He's making him distrust everybody, so he's kind of taking out his own guys. Yeah. So Bond doesn't do all the work.
The whole sequence leading up till Milton's head explodes is great because you don't see it at first. You're like, what's Bond doing? He's going to the bank. He's getting the money. What is he going to do next? And then they get on the boat, and you're not sure what he's going to do. And then they leave, and then it turns out he's basically like screwing with Sanchez's head.
That's not my money. I swear.
That's right, amigo. It's mine.
Like the entire time.
But then after that, when he's back at Sanchez's house, he says,
I got the guy who set me up.
Only one guy.
What do you mean?
No one will be stupid enough to try to take you on their own.
That's what's so fun about the movie, and that's moving into the second thing that I really want to hit past the stakes is that when it comes to my obsession of keeping Bond alive, notice how I didn't even bring it up in The Living Daylights, because Bond's survival is so well built into the plot of the story. It's not the Bond movies of old when it comes to Roger Moore, and it was a chase scene after chase scene and slash assassin and all this fun hokey stuff. We're looking at real plots that flow now. You know, it's not the same old. How is Roger Moore just surviving all this stuff? Instead, it all just flows.
No, there's a moment in this movie that kind of comments on the Goldfinger moment of like, I know about Operation Grand Slam when he is tied up and he's going to be thrown in that chopper.
I'm the least of your problems, Sanchez. If you couldn't trust Crest, who can you trust? Who's got your 500 million? Truman Lodge? What about the Stingers?
What about the
Sanchez
Stingers?
is like, I don't give a fuck, and he's just, he gets rid of them.
But remember, when he said that, though, when he said the Stinger thing, that was him planting the seed for Sanchez to then take out Heller. And that's what's fun about the movie is that when you are that drug kingpin, you have a target on your back from everybody, and you really don't know who to trust.
When Sanchez brings it up throughout, it's just like,
loyalty is more important to me than money.
I can trust these people. And
he keeps saying that. My organization, 100% trust. And then Bond keeps pointing out that he might be wrong. And sometimes Bond is telling the truth, and other times he's just trying to mess with him. And that's what's so fun about it. And that's what I mean. The whole keeping Bond alive thing is him infiltrating and kind of becoming something of an hermano with Sanchez, right? That's that's where the whole keep Bond alive thing is believable. It worked in The Living Daylights because they were manipulating him to kill Pushkin. And then once they don't need him anymore, they try to ship him to Russia and he escapes and thwarts their plans and all that. But with License to Kill, Bond is, quote, kept alive because he works his way into Sanchez's operation and gets close to him. That's such a fresh take on the whole concept of why does Bond keep surviving the movie? It's not contrived at all. It's Bond unleashed and just with this incredible vendetta to take down this one guy.
Mind games. Char, did you notice the Dolph humanoid looking thing in the apartment Sanchez puts Bond in?
Oh, yeah!
He wakes up and he's like, what the?
I never thought of that as a Dolph humanoid. Yes. It is written. It is written. Okay, let's start at the beginning, though. Let's just go back to the beginning. The prologue. The prologue is such a solid and beautifully far-fetched little story where it's just when they're headed to a wedding, they get called off to go catch Pablo Escobar.
Follow us.
And then they do with the fun fishing thing, which, by the way, we get to see the advantage of having a young Bond in this movie several times. Timmy Bond does a whole bunch of stuff. But anyway, and then once they do it, once they capture them in their fun little let's go fishing thing.
Let's go fishing!
The wedding happens to be right below them. It's beautifully far-fetched. It's fun.
Let's go, James! Woo!
I fucking hate it.
Why do you hate it? Because you're a wet blanket. You're always the wet blanket.
I am not the wet blanket. You're just an asshole who's like, these movies are great.
I thought it was good. I like how the ladies behind the two gentlemen lift their parachutes just like the bride's dresses or whatever.
I get, okay, like I can, for me, it's like the movie kind of starts off kind of weak, and I actually like the middle part of the movie more, because the beginning I'm like, okay, the prologue.
What is it though? What is it though?
Hold on. The prologue for one feels like it was rushed, like they had more that they wanted to do, or they wanted to elongate it a little bit more, and the edit feels very rushed to me, especially the fact that they have a slow-mo scene. For some reason, they have a slow-mo shot of him running,
and they're like gritty
to the
like,
plane for no reason. Like it really comes out of nowhere. It really feels like they were like, well, we gotta make this Bond basically what all the 80s action movies were. So we're gonna put this slow-mo shot in the movie because, like we've been saying for a while, like every Bond movie after these first 6 are trying to whatever's hot right now. In this movie, it's like what's really hot. Movies that deal with drugs and revenge. That's what's hot. Let's make this movie that.
Florida.
And in some ways, I think it really works. And in other ways, when it comes to the filmmaking techniques of the movie, it's like, John, why? Like, Glenn, why the slow-mo shot? It just doesn't make sense. Why did you think that would be a great idea for them to be in like wedding tuxedos? It's kind of, I don't know. That's to me, I'm like, what?
But that's why I say it's beautifully far-fetched. The timing is only what a movie could have. And again, they happen to be on the way to the wedding when they get interrupted. And I mean, it's as you once famously put it, you can buy 1 or 2 plot conveniences in the beginning.
Sure. And it's conveniently not that far from where he's at. And I'm just like, all right, cool. Why I think they did it the way they did as far as the whole wedding thing and them going to catch it, because 2, they had to kill 2 birds, and they were like, okay, well, we have to set up Felix and the wedding, and we also have to set up the villain and this revenge plot. So we can't just have Sanchez kill, these people. We have to really give reason as to why Sanchez is a bad dude and why, like, he has to get him. So let's have this thing where we have him going to the wedding, and then while they're going to the wedding, the DA is like, yo, Felix, get in the helicopter. We're going to go get Sanchez. We found him. And
which,
like,
by the way,
what
they say right there, though, they say Sanchez is in the Bahamas. And he says, did you clear it with Nassau?
Nassau.
Have you cleared it with Nassau?
We've got the green light.
Nassau.
Did you catch that? Nassau.
Nassau. It's just, it's the one thing I start the movie off and I'm just like,
but okay. So why is he there though? They're there because Lupe has been banging some dude.
Yeah, Sanchez don't like it, and he going to kill for her.
You know, we get a little Bond girl sympathy right there because he's whipping her and all that. They set up all this stuff all at once.
I get it.
And it's, but what is the?
It's great, Charlie. I know you love it. It's so great.
It's
fun, amazing.
Though.
You love it.
Let's go fishing. It's fun. And then they jump out of the helicopter and go to the wedding. It doesn't make any spatial sense. It doesn't make any spatial sense. But it hits emotionally. It's great. It's fun. It's
Charlie. I want to talk about something completely different. I want to shift gears real quick. And there's something I do want to talk about because you and I did talk about this kind of a little bit in the last film. One of the criticisms of this movie, and I don't think it ruins necessarily the whole movie by any means. After watching it, I'm like, yeah, it's fine. But it definitely sticks out, is the cinematography in this movie. And you had said the last time that the cinematography for the previous movie looked like an older film compared to the one before that. It made it look older than
Roger Moore movies.
So I looked it up. Alec Mills was the DP on this movie and the previous film. And he'd been a camera operator on subsequent Bond films, as well as like Return of the Jedi and some other movies. You know what? Get f***ed, okay? I'm really tired of this shit.
Subsequent. I like
it. Subsequent.
So it's like iconic. Subsequent.
Iconic,
we got some subs in this movie. We have some subs in this movie.
Bond nauseum.
Subsequent.
Okay, you done?
Okay, the cinematography, I agree. There's this weird thing going on. Here's the basic approach that I think they had. If you imagine their lighting plan, yes, cinematographers draw lighting plans. They have the space mapped out, and they draw where their lights are going to go. And it's almost as if every single shot, imagine at the top of every frame, they said, we're just going to have one big light over the whole top like this, and we're just going to blast that light over the camera, just, in a horizontal fashion across the entire top. There are numerous shots where there's just a white streak across the entire top of the frame. And I don't know if it has to do with the whole, Miami Vice, cocaine life, Caribbean, South American feel to this movie, but every shot just has this white beam across the entire top.
I didn't notice that at all.
But it's got that problem that we talked about last time where it's a lot of front lighting.
Yeah, it's a lot of front lighting. The highlights are very blown out, a lot of shots. And for comparison, I really thought about this because I was like, well, there's a lot of scenes in extravagant, ballrooms where there's a lot of wood paneling. And for a movie that is supposed to be dark, as far as the things that happen and the fact that it's a revenge plot, you would think that they would try to play up more of the contrast and make it seem like the light is all coming from all of the lamps and things in the room. But this movie decides to go for this old style of lighting everything, almost like stage lighting versus let's try to make it look real and gritty. And
think of Sanchez's office, right? The office with the Armalite. It's every shot. It's just blasting it. It's and again, it's almost as if they thought, I don't know, it'll make us feel as though we're in Florida, as though we're in South America.
This movie was shot also in Mexico, and I also wonder if there was some kind of Spanish soap opera influence to it. If that had anything to do with it.
Yeah, so there are times where, because of all that, the cinematography looks cheap. On subsequent viewings, subsequently to Nan's point, it went away for me. I watched it several times in a row, and the first time I was going, God, this movie looks awful. The second time I didn't even notice. The third time I didn't even notice. But that first time, whatever. I think I had watched some other movie where, like you were saying, McCurdy, had I watched Batman '89, I'd be in that dark mood, and then I'd be going, why isn't there a dark mood to this? But that side of my brain that tries to justify it, they are in these bright spots of the world, and maybe that's what they were going for, or they just didn't know what they were doing. But if anything's going to look cheap, the one thing that really hilariously looks cheap,
the maggots.
The fucking maggots.
The fishing lures?
They're just fishing lures. And they
just like had someone under them.
Yeah.
And they did a little ASMR like. Yeah, it's just. Couldn't you just go to an actual bait shop and just get a bunch of worms and dump them in there? Yeah. Whatever.
Tim Dalton didn't want to stick his hand in worms.
At that same moment, we have the return of Bon Appetit.
Bon appetit.
Bon appetit.
They reuse a Bond joke in that moment. And then...
Looks like it came to a dead end.
Something else, though, that Bond keeps saying. The whole movie, he just keeps trying to get rid of everybody.
Just fly me in and leave.
Thanks for everything. Your job's finished.
I want to stay.
Too dangerous. This is no place for you, Q. Go home. Your job's done. Take Q and fly out of here now.
I'd like to stay.
I work better alone. Goodbye, Q. Thanks for all you've done.
What?
Now go. I'll see you back in London.
Thought I told you to leave, Q. Get your bags packed, Q.
This is where you leave. Take the plane. I'll see you both in Miami. It'll be safer on my own.
You can't help me anymore. You don't mean that. Go home.
Pack
Pam,
your bags,
he's always
Q.
trying to get rid of Pam.
You're done. I'll see you back in London. Pam, get out of here. You're done. You're all done. Get away. I'm better alone. You know, it just throughout the movie, he just keeps doing that same thing.
There's a few other things that just stuck out to me, like when he's rappelling and he touches that statue's boob, a car horn goes off.
Yeah, and then coincidentally, Bond honks a horn when he gets a boner.
There's a ninja who has like a Spider-Man net. I assume you guys noticed this. When Sanchez is shooting the semi and he's under it and it does the Bond theme.
Well, okay, wait, hang on. Go back to the assassin. Now, Nance, I know you know some Japanese and not Chinese. But
Correct.
Can you clarify something for me? There's a moment when the Chinese ninja assassin person grabs his camera gun, and I swear they say cheese in Chinese, but I don't know what cheese is in Chinese. But he points the camera gun at Bond and says, "Say chua!"
I don't know.
I want confirmation that they said "say cheese" because 30 seconds before that, Bond says,
"Watch the birdie, you bastard,"
which is a camera joke. It's a photography joke, and then this assassin points the camera gun at him and "say chua!" I swear that's what he says.
I don't know. I didn't catch that.
Please, if anybody out there knows Mandarin Chinese, I need to know if that's what this is.
This private vendetta of yours could easily compromise Her Majesty's government. You have an assignment, and I expect you to carry it out objectively and professionally.
Then you have my resignation, sir.
We're not a country club, 007. Effective immediately. Your license to kill is revoked.
Once again, there's this commonality between the Dalton movies where Timmy Bond and M are at odds. There's just nothing but tension between them in The Living Daylights, and then with this, there's nothing but extreme tension between them because he's saying, you know, the whole crux of the movie is you have to come in or you're supposed to be in Istanbul. You're working for the Queen, bro, and you want to go gallivanting around the world to kill, to avenge your buddy, and that has nothing to do with us. And, you know, if anything, I like cocaine, and I don't want you to stop cocaine. Remember, McCurdy, when you said it was never confirmed if this was the same M that we had way back as far as Dr. No, or if this is a new person entirely.
Yeah, it's never specific if M stands for Miles or if M is a title.
My point being, though, that this specific M, when he took over, this new actor who had been in The Spy Who Loved Me as an admiral, it might be a new M because The Living Daylights M doesn't act like his predecessor. And then now we have the same kind of asshole. Before, M was something of a father figure to Bond, and now he's just a strict manager. And it's not like we could ever know for sure, but my whole point is that just the performance is as different as when we had our sitting in the chair, speaking very softly Blofeld, to then suddenly have the "kill Bond now" Blofeld. This M is just so much more emotional and not the cool, calm, collected father figure that we had back with Bernard. You know, you're a soldier, you're a blunt instrument to pull a trigger and all that stuff, you know. So it's kind of interesting.
I'm inclined
but anyway,
to agree with that M, though. Like,
well, yeah.
He's not doing his job.
Yeah. But I'm talking about this in tandem with The Living Daylights, where in The Living Daylights, he's just kind of reckless and hasty and doesn't seem to trust Bond's assessments and instincts of what's going on.
I had to make a split-second decision. It was instinct.
I'll recall 008 from Hong Kong. He can do it. He doesn't know Pushkin. He follows orders, not instincts.
Which, if you think about it, really doesn't make sense because Bond is a 00, which literally means the guy is trusted to make life and death decisions in the field, which, don't get me wrong, him taking his license to kill away in this movie makes total sense. But I'm mostly talking about how in The Living Daylights, there's just this conflict between them that just seems contrived. Whereas they could have easily just had M say, my hands are tied, you know, they want to kill Pushkin, we have to go do it, regardless of what you and I think.
This plot to kill Agent sounds rather far-fetched, sir. I know General Pushkin.
What do you think I don't?
It's strange that the character changes from even, what was it, Moonraker, we had talked about how, like, they are, he always
Bond.
agrees with them, he always trusts them and everything. In this movie, he doesn't, so.
Yeah, and because, okay, here's the thing. He does stop the guy from shooting Bond, right? He grabs the gun, but he says,
"Don't get too many people."
He doesn't stop him because he doesn't want Bond to be killed. He just says too many people. M of the past, Bernard Lee. He probably would have helped Bond.
Absolutely out of the question. If the PM gets to hear of this, he'll hang me from the yardarm.
Officially, you won't know a thing about it, sir.
He probably would have officially said, you need to come in and you need to stop being a jackass. And then he would have maybe helped, he would have facilitated his escape a little bit.
Nudge, like,
exactly.
Hey,
and with this, we just have...
We can't condone this.
Yeah, he's a different M. He just feels like a different M entirely. But anyway, so fast forwarding past that to Q.
Oh, no, wait, go before that, because we have Miss Moneypenny, who's like trying to help Bond, is like, I'm worried about Bond.
He's got to be stopped. I've already alerted our man in Issus.
Q branch, please.
You know, the guy who sexually harasses me at work constantly.
Yeah. So.
But she's worried about him, and then M finds out and is like, what are you doing? And he figures out that she had tried to grab intel to figure out where Bond was at that time.
Yeah. So then she calls Q branch, and then that's when, you know, your uncle's in the suite and all that stuff.
Which is fun. I like seeing Q in the field.
Really, 007?
Q, what the hell are you doing here?
Yeah, such a good line with if not for Q branch, you'd have been dead long ago.
Q definitely like lightens the mood of this movie a little bit. Where you're like, okay,
bring the rolls round to the front of the hotel.
Yes, sir.
And he's constantly shaking his head. It's always just like he's just always upset
because he's
that
surrounded by chicks.
These women
the whole time,
aren't all over him like Octopussy. Remember Octopussy? He got some Octopussy.
You know, when we talked about Goldfinger and how Guy Hamilton had made that decision where he's like, you know, Q does not like Bond, and the reason is because Bond always screws up all of his gadgets, and you know he has to. You know, he breaks the car or whatever it happens, and it, you know, comes back in pieces.
And then what does Q do with his own gadget?
What?
He's always saying you need to return these in one piece and stop breaking everything. And then what does Q do with his broom?
He just throws it, He
just throws it in the bushes.
Either Wilson or Glenn just kind of went off of Q and Bond or like buddies, and then now M and Bond are at odds. So it was kind of like a reversal in that respect.
Yeah, in The Living Daylights, you don't necessarily get the same level of Q hates him.
Morning, Q.
Oh, morning, 007.
Mind your head.
They seem to like each other more. With this, it's kind of sweet.
I know exactly what you're up to, and quite frankly, you're going to need my help. Remember, if it hadn't been for Q branch, you'd have been dead long ago.
He's glad to see him versus it's like it's like a problem.
Yeah, and so it's clearly just like all these movies. It's a continuation, and it's not jumping to the past or anything like that. But they've been through a lot together. So when he says that line, if not for Q branch, you'd have been dead long ago. It is, and the simple fact that he would show up. it's a testament to Tim Dalton, I'd say, where he is less antagonistic. He's more just kind of fun with Q. Up until then, it was always a lot of jokes at Q's expense and a lot of tomfoolery and all that. And in fact, the old school, don't touch that, stop messing with these things, they give that to Bouvier.
Stop fiddling about with things you don't understand.
I mean, you're right. There is this kind of reversal where it is literally Uncle Q.
Yeah.
And then M is the asshole. M is the, everything by the book. And he's more Saunders. So anyway, what I was saying is that all this stuff with Q has a theme. It's all...
Everything for a man on holiday. Explosive alarm clock. Guaranteed never to wake up anybody who uses it. Dentonite toothpaste. To be used sparingly.
Everything is disguised. And it's interesting because Bond actually gets his Walther taken away. And then from there, he's reliant on Bouvier's guns. Again, I love her because she just always has guns and reach. She's just great. But he's got her
Tiny
thigh gun. And then the camera gun, which is kind of goofy, but it all makes sense because I don't know if it's that guns aren't allowed in Isthmus, but, anytime.
Did she have multiple guns? Because she takes her gun.
He takes her gun and then she pulls out another one.
Yeah, she had it in the purse. Yeah. What's funny is that, we'll hint here and there how Bond kind of handles feminism on top of being a generally misogynistic dude. And when they have that scene where they're in the hotel.
No, my executive secretary, Miss Kennedy, will take care of that.
It's Ms. Kennedy, and why can't you be my executive secretary?
Every time I hear that line, I'm like, bitch, I'm the one with the $5 million. Like, what do you have? Like, why would that doesn't make any sense? There's nothing sexist about this. I'm the one who just stole $5 million. What's funny is right before that, when they're negotiating, right? She says, I couldn't do this for less than $100,000. And he says,
60.
90.
70.
He's got $5 million and he's still
and then
lowballing her.
They fall in love.
Yeah.
For me, that was the weakest part. Is like her and the other one seemingly just falling in love with Bond for just out of nowhere.
With Lupe, it's a little more believable, but with Bouvier,
it really feels like it comes out of nowhere that she's attracted to Bond. Like, it feels that way because there's nothing leading up to that moment. It really doesn't. It's like, yes, I get Bond saved her.
I just saved your life back there. If it wasn't for me, your ass would have been nailed to the wall.
You saved my life.
Yes.
Where, they don't get a lot of time together. Yeah, there's maybe like that attraction of Bond being like, oh yeah, she's hot when he first sees her. But that scene really feels weird to me. They're on the boat and they look at each other and they're going over this plan. And I'd been like, okay, next scene. But no, we got to have Bond get with this girl. So then
they should have saved that for later. They needed to keep doing this. They needed to keep butting heads and save that for later.
We ran out of gas, nothing else to do, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we're going to bang.
Is she using her sex to drive the price up or something? It's an odd, literally blowing their load before they should have. Probably the oddest scene of the whole movie, and it serves a function, but it's very odd, is when Lupe shows up to the hotel and she says,
James is in danger. Sanchez is no fool. He's checking up on him. If they find anything suspicious...
Listen, it's all right. He's safely out of the country by now.
You don't understand. Last night he stayed with me.
At Sancho's house?
See, Francis take him on a trip. They leave in an hour. You must help him. If anything happens to him, I don't know what I'll do. I love James so much.
Look, you must go before you're missed. Now, don't worry. We'll think of something.
I love James so much. I'll be damned if I'll help him.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
That is the hi, Mark scene of this movie.
I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
If you want to criticize me and be like, oh no, Ryan, the story's so good, this should be number one, I'm gonna say the acting in this movie is kind of bad in some parts.
I don't disagree.
Specifically, those two scenes kind of jump out to me. Specifically,
Bond so much.
I love Bond so much, and it's like, Glenn, that's the take we're going with, John.
A more subtle director would have had her say, she would say, I love James without saying it. She would say, and then she'd get interrupted or cut off or something, and you would feel it rather than her saying it. Because when she says it, you're going,
or a better actress would have said the line and it would have been believable. Even what's her face, who plays Pam. Like there's times when she says stuff that I'm just like,
she can be really good, and then she can be really bad.
Exactly. I don't think she's great.
I mean, the Bond girls so far have been mostly misses, right, for acting. So it's not a surprise.
Not a surprise.
Pam does not annoy me at all. Like I actually like you, Charlie. I like Pam in this movie. I like. She's a go-getter and she does all this stuff and I totally believe it and all that stuff. That being said, I think performance-wise, she's not the best actress we've seen.
Even when she acts in the movie, she's terrible.
Take me to the bridge. No, I'm his secretary.
That scene's a lot of fun. And, who doesn't love the moment where she suddenly is flopping out of her shirt and Bond is looking at her like, oh. Or yes. At this point, they're cast for looks. In the future, they'll be cast for their looks and talent.
And their acting. Well, yes and no. Yes, we'll get there. It'll be a couple movies, but we will get there.
Sorry, old buddy, but $2 million is a hell of a chunk of dough.
There's $2 million in that suitcase. I'll split it with you.
As I've said a million times, Bond doesn't care about money as much as he cares about loyalty to country. In this movie, it's less about loyalty to country, though, and more about loyalty to his friend. This is the best instance of that.
You earned it. You keep it, old buddy.
That's the best instance of Bond saying money means nothing to me. What's funny is that he wastes $2 million, but then when he comes across $5 million, he's celebrating. Like, yeah. But that's because at that point, he had lost his license to spend gold sovereigns or whatever.
I was getting like Dumb and Dumber vibes when they start handing money to all the hotel people and showing up in a Countach.
Thank you very much.
It's like, where did Bond get that cigarette boat? He just bought it, I guess.
But I think what's great about this is that Bond uses it as a tool rather than using it as
it's a means to an end.
It's a tool for him. It's essentially it's the best gadget in this movie is the money because he uses it in such a great way.
It's not like at the end of the movie he has any money. He uses that money to get in with Sanchez.
That's the guy that flew in the private plane today. Opened that account at the bank. $5 million in cash.
And then he withdraws all of it to frame Crest.
Well, you should buy Felix like a RoboCop leg or something.
Yeah.
That has Stinger missiles that come out of it.
If you think about it, though, the reason why he gets in with Sanchez is they say this is the guy who flew in on a private plane today. He deposited $5 million, but then he withdraws the $5 million. Do you think they told Sanchez about that?
Sanchez is no fool.
And Sanchez didn't put together that suddenly there was a bunch of money in Crest's pit, It's something of a plot hole, but not really. But all in all, I really appreciate this whole concept of Bond and Sanchez having those two things in common. They both value loyalty and trust over money.
Everyone in my organization is 100% loyal. Then you have nothing to worry about. Don't worry, it's only money.
Sanchez has a lot of money. Bond does not have a lot of money. All the same, they share that.
Thanks, Mr. Crest. Guess what? His name was Sharky.
I think the ultra-violence of this movie is kicked off. I mean, you've got the torture of Felix and all that, but I think the ultra-violence is kicked off after the death of Sharky, and you have to love the moment where he steps out and just says,
"Compliments of Sharky."
Compliments of Sharky. And just blasts that guy with no regard for the fact that he's surrounded by bad guys. That's the fun of this movie is stuff like that, where Bond's on this suicidal revenge plot where he just doesn't give a f***. He shoots the guy point blank.
Just gets killed.
It's
laughable. That scene's
This
funny.
movie is so, again, Barbara Broccoli, go home. Go home. This movie's awesome. Anyway, I want to talk about Dario. Speaking of violence, I want to talk about Dario. I think that, obviously, had they known that Benicio would have the career he had, they would have beefed him up a bit.
I think he stands out, though. He stands out.
He's Benicio. He stands out. That was his idea to do the knife thing. right? Because Benicio is kind of like Johnny Depp. Benicio and Johnny Depp are similar actors so far as they're professional weirdos.
I don't know, man. I need to get him. What? I could see that fantastic note. When I rabbit.
They're really good at coming up with just weirdo things. Oh, this character, I'm going to have them do this thing, and they're going to be a weirdo. They're professional weirdos. So he certainly stands out. What's interesting, though, is that his whole function is to just be a bridge for the plot so that you have a reason for why Bond has to freak out at the end. In the last movie, Bond was recognized, and it was his fault, and I said several times that was kind of weird that Bond didn't cover his face, so he was discovered by Koskov.
You may remove your masks now, gentlemen.
With this, though, he didn't anticipate that Dario would be there, so he's kind of caught off guard. He's got the mask on, and then he still recognizes him, and he has to take it off.
I know him. He's an informer.
I'm laughing because of the mask scene, because the first thing I thought of was like, well, this is interesting because this is what we're living through now. And all these people are in these masks. And I'm like, that's weird.
Yeah, if only Bond would have just kept his fucking mask on, we wouldn't be dealing with any of this. If Bond was just a better person and would put the fucking mask on.
Shut up, Charlie. Shut the
Anyway,
up.
so, but what I'm getting at, though, is that I'm sure Dario was originally scripted as just a guy, right? And that was his whole function. Little did they know they cast one of the best character
weirdos
actors
in Hollywood. Yeah,
exactly, best weirdos in Hollywood. But what they should have kind of realized as they were making it was that Dario and Sanchez, Dario should have been a Sanchez. He should have been Franz's hermano. They should have been brothers. They act like brothers. They look like brothers. There's this somewhat of an emotional connection between them. Every time they see each other, they're hugging and all that. That should have been his hermano.
His little brother. And then had that added to the movie, then it would have been even bigger thing if he got killed and then Sanchez found out. And then we could put the revenge theme in the movie more. Hamlet, dude. I mean, they almost. I agree.
If you watch the movie on with the audio off, you would assume that they were brothers.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
it's just.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where I don't need them to. We don't need to say it, but we definitely feel it, and it's one of those. We're in a crime family.
He keeps saying loyalty is number one, and then he has his brother there, and his brother is loyal to the end, and then Bond ends up killing him.
All we get is the impression that Dario maybe has been around for a long time and has rose through the ranks, and has established that trust. But yeah, if it was a brother, that would take it to a whole nother level.
Totally.
That would be cool.
Yeah. It seemed like it was something that they could have just put in, when she says,
"It's Dario. He's bad news. He used to be with the Contras before they kicked him out. Just the kind of guy Sanchez would send."
They could have just said, "Oh, that's Dario. That's Sanchez's brother."
Yeah.
And then boom, you didn't need to do anything more than that because they're always embracing each other. They seem brotherly.
Unlike every other person in this movie, as far as his henchmen go, there's not that connection.
Except with maybe Heller. Him and Heller seem pretty tight.
Heller's the guy who gets killed with the forklift?
Yeah, he's Sanchez's head of security, but he's also a colonel in the military. When Bond gets captured, he's the one who fuego! He's the one shooting the building with the tank.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's in the uniform and he takes the headset off. Yeah.
Did you find that the Stinger subplot thing was a little off?
I didn't fully understand it.
A lot of this movie directly comes from, again, if you haven't seen Narcos, go watch it. It's amazing. The whole Pablo Escobar story is incredible. This takes so much of Pablo Escobar and uses it. It's almost as if our man Michael G. Wilson read some Time magazine article about everything that Pablo was doing, and he took all of that, whether it was, I think, the whole gasoline plot, the Stinger missiles, and the shooting down of a civilian flight, because that's what the whole Stinger thing was if they didn't drop the case, if the DEA didn't drop the case, he was going to shoot down a civilian commercial flight, And that's why that's there, because Pablo Escobar actually did that.
This movie, when they talked about in the press releases, they said it's ripped from the headline. So I'm assuming they're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. They pulled a Law and Order with this. And so that's why that Stinger missile thing is there. With this, it's a really confusing scene. I had to rewind a couple times because when he has Pam, remember, so he's about to shoot Sanchez through the Armalite, and then that's when he gets taken by the ninjas. But in that moment, he sees Pam, and Pam is meeting with Heller because she had a deal with Heller that he was going to retrieve the Stingers in exchange for immunity.
Sanchez has arranged to buy 4 Stinger missiles from the Contras. And he's threatened to shoot down an American airliner if the DEA doesn't lay off.
What's that got to do with you and Heller?
Felix gave me a letter at his wedding from the Attorney General granting Heller immunity if he gets the Stingers back.
So Heller already was somewhat turned against Sanchez.
What about the Stingers?
What do you know about Stingers? Where's Heller?
I don't know. That's the last you see of Heller and your Stingers.
So Bond thinks that she is working with Sanchez, and when he confronts her, she lays it all out, but she lays it out so quickly, and at that point, you don't really know who Heller is. You've heard the name, but you don't really know who he is. You have to have watched the movie a couple times. She basically lays it all out.
And then you missed Sanchez. And Heller panicked, and he said the deal was off.
But then, fast forward to the end, and it seems as if what Heller is doing when he says,
I was making sure these were secure.
It's a good idea.
He was considering taking them so that he could still fulfill the deal and get immunity.
I did not pick that up. So that's, to me, that read like, as I'm watching this movie, it's like a lot of it is straightforward, which I agree, I think is Maybomb. And then the things that were like, oh, this plot twist and this organization, I was like, that's Wilson. That's got to be Wilson.
The betrayal is totally Wilson's.
Wouldn't surprise me. I don't think I mentioned this, but Maybomb and Wilson are credited. There was a writer's strike in between this movie, so Wilson had to write most of it. As I was reading that, I was like, "There's no way." There's no way because this movie isn't
maybe we
super
had it
convoluted.
wrong. Maybe it was Maybomb.
Maybe it was Maybomb.
In his old age, it's like, so then so-and-so betrayed so-and-so. And Wilson's going, I know I'm the younger one, but none of what you're saying makes sense. But no, Koskov betrayed, and then it was Kristatos.
And then there's going to be 2 train cars, and they're going to be exactly alike, and then one's going to have the bomb, and one's going to have this, and one's looking at each other like, why? Because it's great. They're both twins.
He's visiting his stepdad, Cubby Broccoli, and he's going, dude, Maybomb is nuts. Maybomb's crazy, dude. None of these scripts are going to make sense, dude. And this whole time we've been blaming
one thing I do love is that we have kind of nailed that down where I don't know if people have pointed that out before, but as we're watching these movies and we're commenting on the plots and stuff, I do think we have pointed out an issue with the scripts of some of these, and I definitely think you see it with Wilson. Once Wilson enters the fold with these movies, there's a lot more betrayals and things that are very convoluted and just too much. And I think I do still think Maybomb had a much more clear, this is the plot. Bond goes here. This happens to Bond, and not trying to oversaturate it with too much stuff. I think luckily with this being a revenge story, I don't think there had to be as many twists and turns. We definitely get the twists and turns with the Hong Kong narcotics police, but I think it helps the movie because it allows for Bond to be on Sanchez's good side and all that stuff.
Yeah, and it's showing again that Bond is interrupting the general flow of Law and Order in order to fulfill his own vendetta, which, again, Bouvier points out, we could have had him through Heller, but you messed that up.
I mean, there have been other movies with convoluted plots. Would you say this one, this doesn't seem as convoluted as some of the bad ones, especially if, Charlie, you said you rewatch it and you're like, okay, I get it.
It all checks out.
Yeah.
This one works better mainly because the simplest form of the plot is that Bond's friend gets almost killed, his wife gets killed, and he has to go after him. Right away, I already know what I really need to know about this movie, and there's no like weird. There's jewels and the Russian army and Afghanistan and drug deals. There's not any, as far as there's no weird thing going on that is overly like you have to watch it 5 times to really understand what's going on.
But even after you watch it 5 times, none of it makes sense. With this, it all makes sense, but you don't need to be fully aware of everything going on. All you need to know is, I got to kill this motherfucker Sanchez.
Yeah. And it's clear. And even when he does the thing with the money and putting it into the compression chamber, and you're instantly like, I got it. I get what this movie is. I can follow it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So
there's stakes. There's juicy stakes in this movie.
Yeah.
If he doesn't kill Sanchez, he doesn't revenge his boy and the girl that he may have banged.
Stella.
Maybe he had something with. I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah. I talk a lot about a lot of things, but one of the things I bring up a lot is the concept of the satisfying bad guy death. This movie, every single bad guy death is so satisfying. Every single one of them is just all of them. And probably the best one is the accountant, Truman Lodge, you know, where the whole time the guy is so obnoxious. He's kind of like Saunders, but on the bad spectrum, where everything is about money and he just won't stop talking about money.
500 kilos. I knew they'd go for it.
This guy cracks me up.
And you have the eccentric bad guy who money means nothing to him. And I mean, that's essentially what Pablo Escobar was. Pablo Escobar made something crazy, like $50 million a day. The guy didn't give a shit about spending money. And here you have this guy who he's an accountant and all he cares about is money. And the whole time you just want him to shut up. And in that moment where he's like, great job, Franz.
Brilliant! Well done, Franz. Another $80 million write-off.
I guess it's time to start cutting overhead.
It's so satisfying. And then every bad guy death before that and after that is so satisfying. And in a world of bad guys farting themselves to death, this movie shines in that regard. The vendetta, the revenge is palpable to where by the end of it, Bond is just covered in blood and just, and then right after that, you have that scene where Felix is like, so buddy, we going fishing? Which somewhat undercuts it. But on that note, let's talk about the death of Sanchez himself. So you have this fantastic scene that kind of echoes the Olive Grove scene from For Your Eyes Only, where it's a downhill chase, right? But in this, Bond it's almost as if he has this goal of one by one. He's just slowly destroying everything that Sanchez has. And then when we get to the end, they don't have a punch for punch. I'm always saying that punch for punches are boring because here's Bond is just going to have a fist fight with the bad guy. You know, who cares? They have a brief physical interaction and then just utter destruction, right? And then at that point, they're both just kind of laying there fucked up. They're both fucked up. And then we get our moment of retribution. You know, the whole, you know, everything comes to this point.
You could have had everything.
Don't you want to know why?
Part of me thinks it works really well, and the other part of me thinks that I wish they would have milked it just a little bit. Sanchez dies so quickly, and on one hand, every time I watch the scene, I'm thinking, yeah, this works. And then I'm also thinking, I kind of wish they would have milked it a little bit more, just kind of elongated it. Because if you pay attention to the editing, Sanchez is ready to cut Bond's head off, and he says, "Don't you want to know why?" And then he pulls out the lighter that had been set up as one of those lighters that
James, love, always, Della and Felix.
We love you.
Thanks.
the gas had been turned way up, so it flames up. And Sanchez and himself, they're covered in gasoline. So of course this is going to kill him effectively. But they cut in on a close up of the lighter, and the shot is the same shot from the wedding party. They didn't get a close up of it in the desert or whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm watching it now, and I see exactly what you're saying, because the continuity between the shots does not match at all. Like
I didn't know.
Yeah,
he has it in his hands like this, like he was handed to it, and then the next shot he has it holding it in his hand slightly different. And you're right. It happens so quickly.
Yeah, I'm not just pointing out an editing flaw. I'm trying to determine whether or not the scene was originally cut differently. So I'm curious how it's scripted. Was it scripted that fast? Did they use that shot because it didn't make sense? Did they try to get a close-up of it in the desert? It works, but I wish it had been milked just a little bit. You get that reaction from Sanchez where he seems to acknowledge the name Felix. You know, he seems to read what's on it, but it's hard to tell if he's really realizing this was all about Felix or if he's just concerned that it's a lighter and he's covered in gasoline.
I got the lighter, and his name's Felix Leiter.
Yeah. A genuine Felix Leiter.
A genuine Felix Leiter. Illuminating. A genuine Felix Leiter. Illuminating.
I get what you're saying. It's satisfying. The whole thing's built to this thing and all that stuff.
What I'm saying is it works, but I wanted just like a couple more seconds of him really realizing it. Oh shit, like putting together, I killed your friend. You know.
The more I think about it, what could have worked as far as your edit issue is if they had a fight and that lighter got like knocked out, or he sees the lighter as he's fighting Sanchez because it like fell out or something as they're in the midst of their struggle.
Maybe Sanchez picks it up and looks at it.
Or something. And
fights can be kind of boring because they're predictable, right? Oh, Bond's going to win. But I think you guys are onto something. I think that, whether they had a fight or not, they had this massive accident where the lighter could have potentially fallen out of Bond's pocket. Sanchez finds it. He puts 2 and 2 together. And then, this isn't a normal lighter. What we have is a lighter that, it shoots up, right? When Bond uses it, he's like right up on his body. Right? He's close enough that a normal lighter would have done it. But what if Sanchez had found it, Sanchez reads it, they share a little bit of dialogue briefly, and then he ignites it. Little does he know that the thing is set to shoot up a ball of flame. Something like that, like just a slowdown. Just like a minute, just a little bit more time before Sanchez died.
What you're saying with the lighter, with the fact that the lighter had already been tampered, already done that, and then you're right. Like Sanchez could have used the lighter and tried to light a cigarette or something, not knowing that it.
Yeah, I mean, lighting a cigarette when you're covered in gasoline is probably a bad idea.
No.
My whole point is that I think the scene works. I think it works. I wanted to just milk it a little bit. However that could have been done, I wanted a little bit more satisfaction from Sanchez realizing.
Bond has the cocaine gasoline in his mouth, does a fire breather move, and then he's like tripping balls looking at Sanchez flaming.
Yeah. Good old Nikolai Quack, your butt buddy Nikolai Quack says, "License to Kill." Get this, McCurdy. License to Kill is my #1 ranked Bond movie.
Wow,
Nikolai.
License to Kill has one of the best, if not the best, villains of the franchise. An awesome ensemble of henchmen, the best Felix Leiter portrayal. Violence, a solid and beautiful Bond girl that made me fall for short-haired women later on in life. Yeah, bro. Some of the best action of the series, underrated locations, an underrated score, etc. I could keep going. I basically view Secret Service, For Your Eyes Only, and License to Kill as a sort of spiritual trilogy. He's forgetting Live and Let Die. Della gets killed the same way Tracy did, which explains Bond's thirst to revenge, as you pointed out, McCurdy, butt buddy. Aside from Felix having been his longtime friend. The perfect end to the short but oh so sweet era of Dalton. Yes. Hey, Nikolai, you and I agree for once. Nathan Philip Connors says, I love License to Kill, from the Miami Vice vibe to how Bond goes rogue and infiltrates the enemy's organization to bring them down from the inside, getting Sanchez to not trust and eliminate all his underlings because of his obsession with loyalty. It was a serious Bond before we knew we wanted a serious Bond. I think I'd put it at number 3 right now. My ranks always change over the years and rewatches of the movies. Yeah, that's always a problem. It was Alfred Valerie, I hope I'm saying that right, Alfred, who asked about the violence thing. He said, I have yet to listen to your The Living Daylights review. I'm sure it's excellent and hilarious. That being said, do you agree with Barbara Broccoli that License to Kill is overly violent? As I've said repeatedly, sit down, bitch. This movie's awesome. Vuck, you gotta let me know if I'm saying your name right. Vuck Bobolo. For me, License to Kill is a good movie. Love the dark and brutal tone of the movie. Relationship between Bond and Sanchez is great, as is the chemistry between Dalton and Davi, but is too much similar to the action movies from the 1980s. That is the little issue for me, as some Felix parts. Nevertheless, I enjoy watching it. So that kind of reflects what you've been saying, McCurdy. Which is it's Bond taking on the 80s.
I'm not going to fight you too hard on this one. I do like the themes in this movie. I do like how they bring back stuff from previous movies in a way that's interesting and kind of plays with the characters. But at the same time, I'm like, it's the same feeling I get why it's probably also the same reason I feel the same way as I do about films like Man with the Golden Gun or Live and Let Die. They don't quite feel like Bond films. They feel like Bond and other movies rather than it being a Bond, straight up Bond movie. Charlie, I know you said earlier that you were like, well, it's Bond's still an assassin and everything. And like I said, I don't completely hate this movie. It just, I feel like I'm watching a completely different franchise when I watch this one movie. And you can definitely tell that they're trying to emulate what was popular at the time, being these revenge, heavy action films that are overly violent. And I don't think, and as I'm thinking about the future films, there's only a few scenes in the future movies that I'm like, yeah, that's almost the same level of violence, specifically how much blood they show. But those films, there's some that I think are much better than this movie, and I don't think they have to do as much with the violence. So if you're talking about the Barbara Broccoli thing, it's like, I kind of get what Barbara's saying, but at the same time, I'm like, it doesn't necessarily completely hurt the movie. It's just something that definitely jumps out to me, is that this film doesn't feel like a Bond movie. It feels like a good movie that's a really great revenge movie of the 80s. Just not something I would be like, yeah, it's a Bond movie. It feels like a very much of the times film that was trying to chase a trend, kind of succeeds in many ways. But it doesn't feel, it really kind of misses the mark with the classiness. I think of this movie like drinking a Corona versus drinking, a scotch or something like that. That's maybe why I would say, like, I would agree with you. It could be a top 3 for me, but I don't know if it's definitely better than Goldfinger or From Russia with Love.
Here's the thing. I agree with all of that. All of that. This movie isn't quality just because it's violent. I mean, I just, I enjoy that stuff, and it's certainly different from the previous movies, but that's kind of the point, right? This is where I say, all right, Barbara, you're totally right. I get it. There's always been this classy element to James Bond. If you're judging this on Bond movies, it cannot penetrate our
The Golden Two, yeah.
The Golden Two, Goldfinger and From Russia with Love. They've been dominating since the early days of this entire show. If you're judging this based on just an awesome action movie, it's the top. It is the top. If you're judging this on Bond stuff, even though every single Bond element is here, All of them. I mean, we even have an iguana with diamonds on it, instead of a cat.
Bond, James Bond, would you get me a medium dry vodka martini?
What
Shaken, not stirred.
They're all there. Everything. I mean, just look through the credits. If you're just looking through the credits, and you didn't know the story, you'd be like, oh, it's another Bond movie. That being said, though, if you're judging it based on a good movie, this is at the top. If you're judging it on Bond movies, I could see it at number 3. I put it in. My proposition is to put it at number 3. Reading through what I wrote, I said, small and personal stakes will pretty much always trump the big, stupid, repetitive stakes any day for me, because the big stakes are pretty much always the same. Like, oh, the world's going to explode or whatever, whatever. Dalton is... Everything I said last episode holds true here. Dalton, it's a crime that they never gave this guy a full Ian Fleming book to adapt. It's like I said, had he remade Dr. No, I'd have been fine with it. But, Dalton's fantastic. And this time we can see firsthand why he resigns from the service, and it makes total sense. On top of that, we have one of the better excuses for keeping Bond alive without sending 1,000 assassins to chase him all day. In fact, the only chase scenes we get are Bond running away from his own men for 5 seconds, and then Bond chasing the bad guy at the end, and one elongated chase scene. But overall, it is an 80s action movie. It was following the trend of an 80s action movie. I really don't think that brings it down. It certainly doesn't diminish it for me. And I'm going to punch myself in the face.
Do it.
Because
just someone watch you do it.
What it comes down to is my sweet if From Russia with Love was at the top, I would have no problem putting this at number 2 at all.
But
I have
you don't
trouble
think it's better
putting
than
it
From Russia
above
with Love?
From Russia with Love because I just love From Russia with Love. It's so just classy and perfect, and the plot is just always doing. I'm making a snake pattern with my hands.
It's a good spy thriller, and not in the super spy like we talked about in the first episode, but it does it very, very well.
Yeah. So on one hand, I want to put it at the top. I love watching this movie. I could rewatch it over and over and over again. But when it comes to ranking Bond movies, I really have trouble. I mean, because I do think that if Timothy Dalton had done a couple more movies, I think people would always associate him with the best Bond. It is within his realm to be the best Bond. I think the movies he was in, specifically The Living Daylights, again, because most of that movie, just you don't remember most of that movie. I think him just being in 2 movies and one of them is a movie that you barely remember. I think that's what brings him down. But he is the best actor when it comes to just acting chops. So far, he's the best Bond. Just so far as being a strong actor. Now, is he as cool as Connery? No. Is he as charming as Moore? No. Is he as physical as your butt buddy Lazenby? No. But when it comes to just expressing emotionality, Big Timmy Bond is the best so far.
Timmy is the actor. He is the actor thespian.
He's the thespian.
He's the thespian Bond.
I'm an actor.
It's unfortunate with a person of his caliber, and his co-stars are definitely not there.
Oh yeah,
and that's the thing. I think if anything, if there's one thing that really sticks out for this movie is that one scene kind of, and it's not just the scene, but it's also the actresses, really kind of puts the movie down for me a little bit. And just kind of how films kind of plays into the not as classiness. Bond going to a biker bar just kind of feels a little off-putting. It's like, I'm going to a biker bar. And it's like, does Bond go to biker bars? Bond doesn't do biker bars,
He does to me.
It just feels weird. There's just a lot of stuff that feels out of character and out of place.
That's
for
where
a Bond
I could sync up with you, dude. I could sync up with you so far as, again, I'm looking at my proposition right now, and I have motherfucking Goldfinger at the top still because of you assholes. And then I got my crown jewel From Russia with Love at number 2. And I'm thinking that License to Kill at License to Kill is better than all the Roger Moore movies, clearly. I could see it at 3.
I'd feel very comfortable at 3. I feel very comfortable at 3. You know, maybe going into this, I thought, no, it shouldn't be that high. But, you know, after I watched it and thought about it, I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of really good story stuff in the movie. But the problem I think the general problem with the movie for me is, one, it's just the whole thing feels out of character for a Bond film, particularly. And 2, I feel like even though the things that really work, I do feel like they haven't quite sanded the edges. There's a lot of really, like, you know, you know how you went on a tirade about On Her Majesty's Secret Service, like they didn't quite nail it. They were trying to do the emotional Bond, but they didn't quite nail it. I feel like they got really close. They got really close in this one, to the point where it's like it kind of really works, because revenge stories are really easy to do. I think they're really easy to understand the motivations and how that all works. But I do feel like there was some sanding, some polishing, some of the techniques and all that stuff. It's not quite there. It's not quite perfect for me. And that's why I feel like it's a number 3. We never argued the validity of the Stinger going on to the truck stunt.
Yes. And I know you're going to be a big bitch about it.
Because you're like, it doesn't ruin the movie, Ryan. I'm like, it's a kind of silly moment in the movie.
It's so much fun, but I hate it because it's not realistic. Bond needs to only ever be super realistic, even though in this movie we have a camera that's a gun. We need everything to be uber realistic. And if a cool stunt happens, that's a ton of fun. I don't care. It's stupid and I hate it. That's you, McCurdy. You wet blanket motherfucker.
Kind of a silly stunt. It's like the stunt guys were like, yeah, we could do this. And they're like, all right, let's it.
Okay, wait. Did they do it for real? Or did they
had to
prop it up?
There's no way. There's no other way. I mean, okay, when they do those stunts, there's, you watch it, he has to hit something for it to tip over. So obviously they have a ramp and they probably balance the truck to, stay on that one wheel. I mean, it's obviously a practical
stunt. The same
as
Diamonds in Forever, just bigger.
Did they suspend it on a cable or something that kept it standing up?
I think it's real.
Because, I don't know how you balance something like that. It's mind-boggling to me without something supporting it. But but for me though, the stunt is yes, outlandish, and it's the type of thing that, again, if it ended up in a Daniel Craig movie, you might be going, what the hell is this? But for me, for the billionth time, it goes into the realm of it's fun. It's all worth it for me for that look on Timmy Bond's face as he's just like, as he goes up to crush their car. It's awesome. If Bond just went up, that'd be one thing. But then added to that is when he comes back down and he crushes their car. And then Bouvier flies over and dusts the guys. There's all this fun
a bunch
stuff going on
it's
in
not
that
just
scene
one
that
thing.
it's just enjoyable.
I also say that, we talked about the beginning of the movie with the plane and them catching the plane and all that stuff. As I watched this movie, I cannot not help but think Christopher Nolan watched this a lot.
Oh, yes, dude. I just rewatched The Dark Knight Rises, and they do the exact same.
It's the exact
let's go
same,
fishing thing,
almost
where
the exact same stunt.
What's the next part of your plan? To crush this plane with no survivors. Like that's. Who, by the way, isn't Bane supposed to be Sean Connery? Yes, rise up, people of Gotham.
Yes, I was wondering what would break first.
Yes,
there's not the same truck flip, but I can't help but think he was somewhat influenced by the truck tip and how they flip the truck in The Dark Knight.
Armored security vehicle driving off the road into the water was...
And that too, that's also in The Dark Knight.
We don't need to reiterate what we've pointed out in the past, specifically with Secret Service, but when it comes to Nolan and Bond, he'll cast people who are in Bond movies. He's a big fan. When it comes to the stunt though with the truck, I can believe the truck stunt more than I believe the fucking skiing stunt. I think even as a kid, it bothered me. Speaking of Batman,
when he harpoons the airplane and then
speaking of Batman, he's under the water and all these guys are grabbing at him and then he harpoons it. And Batman does that, right? When he hits the monorail and he shoots off. Like, God, there's so much Bond in Nolan movies. But so he's water skiing behind the boat and then he pulls off to the right and
somehow
catches up with the plane and grabs it. It's just, that's not how skiing works. I guess that's fine. I mean, as a lifelong skier, it's hard for me to believe that moment. The tanker, I'm all for, but this when he does the skiing thing, I'm like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. But
as you guys know, I came in really liking it, and I still really like it, obviously. But what you said a few minutes ago, McCurdy, about it maybe not being a Bond film, makes sense to kind of knock it down a couple notches from one, because I really enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed the grittiness. I thought the special effects and the stunts and everything, but it did miss the Bondness of a lot of the other movies. I don't know how exactly you would weave Bondness into this plot, minus like just MI6 like somehow being okay with him going AWOL or supporting him.
I think had this movie been more of get rid of keep Robert Davi, right? Get rid of the Colombia drug cartel stuff, swap it out for Russians. I think it would have fit better within a Bond film.
Where I disagree with you there is that not every Bond movie has to be the exact same thing all the time.
Fair enough. It doesn't have to be the Russians, but swap it out with something that's a little more in Bond's, range. Like, we're not dealing with drug cartels. Maybe we're dealing with the Chinese. Maybe we're dealing with...
somehow Sanchez was a threat to the UK.
With something more to do with the Cold War.
Plug it into Britain somehow, is what you're saying.
It could be,
Plug it into the best interests of Her Majesty. The trouble is that the whole idea is that Bond goes rogue.
Sure.
Which is a cool idea.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about this
movie. You could still do that
movie.
Story with any other... I think if it wasn't a drug or operation or something, I really do feel like you could still pull that story, that revenge story of
but the drugs are secondary.
Doing something
the drugs mean
lighter.
Nothing. The drugs mean nothing. They're secondary.
No, it does mean something because that's definitely playing to that 80s action film, and it definitely sets the tone of like the rest of the movie.
But the focus is Sanchez, not the drugs. Live and Let Die.
I know, but
Live and Let
Sanchez
Die,
is a
you're
drug
going,
dealer.
why is Bond dealing with drugs? What does Bond have to do with drugs? With this, the drugs are secondary to the man. The target is the man. The guy could have been smuggling
Charlie, I get that,
light bulbs or something.
I get that it's the man, but I'm saying...
I gotta destroy all these light bulbs, these illegal light bulbs. They're causing little kids to have epileptic seizures. It's a big problem. Secondary to the fact that Sanchez is
all I'm saying is if you swap out a drug cartel guy with something like either it's the Chinese, a guy in China that takes revenge on a CIA agent, Felix, it's a guy in Cuba, something that maybe has more to do with the politics of the Cold War rather than it being... Well, that's kind of a separate issue, not the Cold War, but drug cartels is a separate issue from what Bond does.
Would Bond
so that's what I'm saying is if you
would Bond still be motivated
that,
to fight back, to go AWOL? Would Bond have gone AWOL?
Yeah, you would still keep that. I'm not saying you would get rid of that. I would totally agree. You would still keep that. I'm just saying if you change the backdrop...
There must be a way to wrap it in.
It could have been played even more into like it's still a Cold War story, but maybe there's complications and that's why the UK doesn't want to get involved. They're like, there's complications here, we don't want to get involved, even though it still has to do with the Cold War and spies and that kind of thing.
Because for me, you'd think like after this, MI6 would be like, okay, we get like you were killing a drug kingpin or whatever, but you can't just go doing that. We have to fire you, and we have to fire Moneypenny and Q for supporting you. Like you went
exactly
AWOL.
To that point. Like, and this is where I will agree with both of you. There is no. We get a scene at the end where he talks to Felix and they plan a fishing trip, but we don't get any resolution with M.
Yeah.
We never get we never see Bond put on trial for murdering all these people.
That's kind of a movie. The movie's over, guys. Like they killed the bad guy thing.
Yes. But
there's
following the logic of the
there's
movie,
not a wrap out.
Why doesn't M show up at that party at the end? If everybody's at that party, why is M not there? Remember, M was in The Living Daylights at the end. There was no reconciliation with M.
Just M being like, we found a way to make it okay.
I do think the end of this movie is not
the Queen's
one
right
of the better endings in the Bond franchise, because instead of the ending being like they destroyed the bad guy's ship and now Bond's in a raft with some beautiful woman, or that trope that Roger Moore always used where, what's Bond doing? And he's sleeping with the other woman and all that stuff. And there's a bunch of innuendo and all that stuff. Instead, it's a party scene and we're wrapping up this plot about Bond, which girl is he gonna choose?
It's at Sanchez's house.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, exactly. It's very strange. It's a very strange ending to a movie like this, and it could have worked better had it ended with him with Felix or something like that. Would have been, I think, more impactful.
Him going to the hospital and visiting his buddy and saying, "Hey, dude, I got him. And Felix is like, we have that emotional moment. Instead, he's like, "Hey, we're gonna go fishing."
Yeah. What if the ending was Bond having words or maybe no words with Felix Leiter, like just a moment of your wife has been avenged, and they smile at each other, or something, maybe even something that harkens back to their first meeting in Dr. No, and as he's leaving the hospital, him and maybe Bill Tanner or somebody, they stop him, and Bond looks at him and says, am I under arrest? And M says, we'll talk about it back in London. And then as he exits the hospital, to signal to Bond fans around the world that Bond is back, that we're getting the traditional Bond back, he pulls up in the Aston Martin DB5 and the window comes down and we don't know who's in the car. And sure enough, it's Pam. And Bond gets in the car and drives off into the sunset. What an ending that would have been, instead of Bond jumping into the pool and dealing with some soap opera garbage of I'm in love with him. No, I'm in love with him. And that would have been perfect. It would have made, you would have got it. You'd been like, great.
Bond has been reinstated.
Yeah.
We want to know that things have gone back to normal, that Bond is being received as a hero for taking, in the same way that in A View to a Kill, it was the Russians who wanted to give Bond the medal. With this, you would think that him taking down Pablo Escobar would the president of the United States would probably want to celebrate that and all that. Not that we needed to see those things. My point being that instead we have a party at Pablo Escobar's house.
And it feels very off.
Well, yeah. I mean, Lupe ends up with a corrupt president. I do appreciate the, who doesn't love the moment where he jumps into the pool and then pulls her in? You have a little romantic moment, but there's no overall resolution so far as Bond is re-entering his career. I love these personal stories with Bond where we can just, forget all the normal stuff. Again, that's why I love The Man with the Golden Gun. Forget Bond's career and let's focus on the personal. Here we have the personal, but we do need to be reinstated into his career as he goes back to work, and we don't have that.
I do wonder if that was going to be something had Dalton continued, because again, there's a huge gap between this movie and the next film. There's 6 a very long gap. We will talk about that, but compared to what we've previously seen. But I do wonder, had they were like, next 2 years we're going to have the next Bond movie. Had maybe they started the next movie off as Bond's still a rogue agent and kind of shifted the series into a different aspect, because at that time, I don't know if spy movies were the thing. And obviously we'll get into the next film. That could have been a thing.
That's awesome.
That could have been a thing. And now it's now the franchise has changed where he's a rogue agent.
Imagine the sacrifice. This sacrifice is that for his buddy Felix, he was willing to give up his entire career.
And they could always have said, they could have gone that trajectory, and then they said, oh, well, this next movie at the end of it, he gets reinstated or whatever. That could have been the thing.
You have to re-earn your stripes to get back in. We're gonna send you on this crazy mission.
Yeah, there's a lot that could have been done there, and because we're entering this with this movie, we're entering the territory of, well, we ran out of books. So we can do whatever we want with this character. We can do whatever we want. And that's why I applaud this movie for doing something different as opposed to let's come up with another The Spy Who Loved Me style plot of, a bad guy has some nukes and wants to destroy the world. Oh my God, we've been there. We've done that. Let's do something different. And that's why I think this movie's great. That coupled with the personal quality to it, I love the and the violence. There's so much to appreciate in this movie, but it does have those weird. Again, going back to my ranking, I can't poke any holes in From Russia with Love, except for Red Grant selling out. I can poke a lot of holes in Goldfinger, and you guys for making me put that at the top. But From Russia with Love is just perfect. I mean, even the one thing you pointed out, McCurdy, way back was, well, the gypsy scene doesn't need to be in there, but there is value to that scene. So overall, I can't poke any holes in From Russia with Love, and that's where, as much as I love this as an action movie, I can't, pulling out my favorite phrase, outclass. I can't. I just can't put it above From Russia with Love. I can't do it. I want to, because this movie's so great, but I can't. Nikolai, I'm sorry. This is your number one. I'm sorry, but I just can't put it above From Russia with Love. I can't do it.
No.
That's fine with me.
And I go home and I'm like, yeah, I think the personal story works really well. I think it's, as long as it's in the pantheon of the Bond films, it's not the all be all film, but it's a well told action revenge plot story. It just so happens to be James Bond, and that's what feels weird about it, but also good.
Yeah, but at the same time, that is why this movie's so enjoyable, because it is it does pull away from the norm. That's why I appreciate it. I will always appreciate movies with smaller, more personal stakes.
When Bond keeps it real.
Yes, because they're interesting. They are interesting because most of these movies, as like Bond formula-wise, this movie pulls away from the Bond formula beautifully. As much as it makes it a different movie entirely, I dig that. I like it. So anyway, let's just, we all agree, let's lock it in at number 3. Goldfinger still at number 1, From Russia with Love number 2. Welcome. License to Kill. Timothy Dalton really hitting high marks compared to The Living Daylights. Anyway, The Spy Who Loved Me, The Man with the Golden Gun, Dr. No, A View to a Kill, For Your Eyes Only, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Thunderball, Octopussy, The Living Daylights, Live and Let Die, Moonraker, Diamonds Are Forever, You Only Live Twice. That's 16, fellas.
Can't believe we're here.
How many more?
We have hit modernity.
Like 9 more?
But we have finished an era. It's weird because it takes forever to get through more. Because more is like 2 eras. Because you're going through more the films trying to do whatever's cool in the 70s. And then John Glenn enters the fold. And then it's John Glenn and let's remake these movies. And then we get to Dalton. So it just feels like it takes forever just to get to this point. But I feel like once you get to Pierce and Craig, it feels more like smooth sailing.
We're going to enter the era of movies I've seen. Granted, not since I was a kid. But
we're not going to have gut reaction. Well, we'll still have gut reaction Nans, but we won't have first time gut reaction Nans.
No,
it'll be first time in 20 years.
It's like I haven't watched this in a while. This is, again, how I feel about this one and all this.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, I'm like, I watched GoldenEye yesterday.
It's the best movie.
It's great.
So good.
Foreshadowing.
So, anyway, to reiterate what I said earlier, watching these Dalton movies after rewatching, again, this is the first time in my life of watching them all in order and really scrutinizing them, right? I may have watched them in order at some point, but not like this. Not like the way we've been doing it. And by the time you hit Timmy Bond, like I said with The Living Daylights, just give the guy Thunderball. I'm looking at the list right now. Give the guy Moonraker. Give the guy any movie that was an Ian Fleming book and he would rock it. But instead, we only got these two. And as much as The Living Daylights kind of floundered for us, License to Kill just comes back with a vengeance and take it away, McCurdy.
He comes in for revenge.
Let's just appreciate Timmy Bond. He's just so awesome.
He needs to avenge the Living Daylights ranking we gave him.
Yes. Yeah. I have a personal vendetta.
Let me do one better. Let me do another one. Let me do one more better. So I do think it's unfortunate he didn't get to do more. It's interesting compared to, well, we'll talk about it in Goldeneye. A lot of it had more to do with timing than anything. I also do think that Timothy Dalton wasn't somebody who really was that passionate. Like, I think if you listen to Pierce Brosnan talk about being James Bond, that guy wanted to be James Bond, like really, really wanted to be James Bond.
Yeah.
Timothy Dalton, on the other hand, I think he was an actor, thespian first. Actor. And then he was like doing these movies and things. So I don't think he really was that gung-ho about being James Bond. I think we'll see that our next James Bond definitely really wanted to be James Bond.
All the same, Timmy Bond deserved better, and I want to just visit. I want to Rick and Morty style visit that universe where he got a couple of more movies and just...
There was this possibility of them doing a third movie. And
imagine this guy on Her Majesty's Secret Service. Imagine Timmy Bond.
Yeah.
In On Her Majesty's
and
Secret Service.
I think talking about that movie, it's like George Lazenby definitely didn't have the chops that some of these other Bonds did for various reasons we've talked about. But you don't miss him as much. You're like, Lazenby was... You kind of, when you watch that movie, you're like, he wasn't as bad as I think people think he is right off the bat. And he has a very interesting story about how becoming Bond, but you're not like thinking, what if he did the next movie? You don't really think about that. But Dalton, you're always thinking, what if Dalton did a third one? You know? It's just kind of sucks.
And a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth, and a seventh.
Like I said, he's probably the best actor to take on the role. And I keep teasing this. I will when we get to Craig, I'm gonna go through my thoughts on all the Bonds and how they all have their own flavor. Right? I keep saying that the character of Bond is always the same, but the actors have their own flavor, and I'll lay that out once we have all our Bonds assembled. But in the meantime, let's just
Dalton is Rocky Road. Cookie dough?
Sure. I like Rocky Road.
Roger Moore is like cake confetti.
Yeah, what
are we talking about ice cream flavors and James Bond?
We're talking about ice cream flavors, yeah.
Moose tracks. No, what's like an old person at flavor? I like pralines and cream. That's probably old. Roger Moore is a rum raisin.
Sean Connery is pistachio. Just
Sean Connery is like straight up chocolate vanilla swirl, man.
Ooh.
But that sounds like something you get at McDonald's.
Maybe Sean Connery is something with like malt liquor and ice cream.
Ooh, like bourbon.
He's an alcoholic milkshake is what he is. You know?
Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah. What kind of ice cream goes well with vodka?
and then George Lazenby is also an alcoholic milkshake, but just with not as good ice cream or liquor.
Yeah. We need to put more thought into this.
We do. This is the stupidest conversation we've had. All right. Are we going to toast or what?
Yeah.
Yes. I keep trying to prompt you to toast to Timothy D.
You can toast.
Timmy Bond, yo. Just, it's like in the same way that you just, I want the Beatles to have, if only they could have one or two more albums, just one or two more.
Just one.
And with Timmy Bond, just one or two more movies would have been great, even if they were remakes. And I'm, the first time ever, I'm considering On Her Majesty's Secret Service and thinking, God damn, this guy should have been the star of On Her Majesty's Secret Service.
He did a great job. It's the best theatrical Bond. He was the literary Bond.
Yes, everybody puts it
as some hipsters
Bond
would say.
But I do agree. I do agree with that assessment.
It's a literary Bond. But
Yeah.
Here's to Timothy Dalton. We hardly
Timothy
knew
Dalton
you as James Bond.
To Timmy Bond.
Miss you.
Bye.
He's not dead, right? But as a character.
I will remember you.
Recording.
You will remember me. This movie's a Corona.
More like a Modelo Negro.
They order Budweiser though, don't they? Order.
It was like a
Budweiser
with lime. Like,
Yeah.
What the hell?
This movie is bar trash.